really up to you. Seats will open in and out throughout the school year, so if for some reason we're having them taken up today, I don't know what's going to happen. It's opening January and winter.
Hey,
things
yeah, I'm gonna set my stuff on.
When you use right.
So, yeah, to your eye.
Other than that,
everyone. Hansel, you got one?
He called me the day of.
The agenda? Yeah. Of the amended version.
It's a funny,
These are.
Or rather, the amended version that I'll be submitting for.
I got on digits, I can read it digitally.
Sorry?
I got on digits, I can read it digitally.
and I didn't answer them.
Come on, please.
I'm gonna go take and get all these stuff.
Agendas are right up here, folks, if you want a copy. Yeah, absolutely. I like that corner seat. Thank you.
You're okay.
Like, thank you. You're all set.
Okay, well, here's the red. What's your name?
yes.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome in. Please make sure you've checked in if you've not already. Please make sure you check in.
New year, everything's still on you.
Hi guys.
I'm gonna explain that to the group.
That's why you still
Howdy, folks. I'm gonna speak just kind of to the gallery in this motion right here. And I'm gonna just cover up that QR code. So Number one, how are you all doing tonight? Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. My name's Isaiah Wilson. I'm gonna be the guy up there talking for a little while. I wanted to let everybody know that as you run or as you're planning to run, there are different districts that folks run in. So if you take a look at the agenda under special orders, starting at item B, there are a couple different places in which you can run. You can run for an Esker district seat. Esker is officially defined as anything south of Warhawk Drive, south of Scarron Road, and
Can you hear me,
of Warhawk Drive, which means if you live in Langen, if you're staying in Goodhue, if you live in Fisher, if you live in either the Wells Towers or anything over there, that means that you are an Esker district seat possible.
And that, the bottom one,
If you live on the other side of campus,
the one
so
on there is for the 8th.
Oleum, if you live in the 6th path,
This side is the.
that would mean that you are in the Drummond district. If you live off campus like I do, that would mean you're in the off-campus district. And if you take any classes at Rock County, you can also run for Rock County seat. Now you might be thinking there's this one big category I haven't touched yet, that's at large. Anybody in the entire university, if you take both courses here, fully enrolled, you can run for at large. Now, I have the sneaking suspicion that lots of you live over in the Esker district. So if you stand, I believe we only have one Esker seat open tonight, right? If you stand, right, the truth of the matter is that only one of you will get appointed to an Esker district seat. Or none of them, possibly, unlikely. But if you lose,
I don't have enough.
right after that, we have an election for an at-large district seat. You can stand and run again. Does that make sense? Wonderful. We do some seat changes. We sometimes have folks resign that we can't put on the system now. So anyone who wants to leave after the meeting concludes, that is totally fine. But if you want to, or before the meeting concludes, I'm going to be kind of busy during the entire thing. But I have my business card here. So if you have any questions, run again. If you want to come to the next meeting, any questions about time or assignments, feel free to come ask me at that time, okay? Thank you so much. Do you have an agenda? All right.
So you know how this works?
Yes. Is it like done in?
No, it'll like, they do it by teams. So it's like,
I feel like I met you.
and then,
Privilege.
let's say there's trips. And they'll tell you about the seats. They'll tell them to do it secretly. And then they'll blank and blank and.
Oh, there's so many. Is this to discuss, interesting stuff about
I don't know. You can tell people how to vote. It's democracy, so don't be freaked out by it. And then if you can stay the rest of the week, and then you'll have to go 5 rounds.
There's not many. That's just
Welcome in, everybody. Please make sure, another reminder, check in if you've not already. Please scan the QR code, check in if you have not already.
Yeah, I know. So theoretically, if I just waited in line, because I'm just asking. Are you okay? Yeah, I'll be fine. Well, I'm missing my other. I just don't believe.
That'd be fun.
They're good.
Oh, yeah, that's
They're
Composure.
yeah, but you're more than. Do you need some help? You know the elevator? Happy to get you a nice pack. I'll be fine. Okay. All right. Just look. I do that. I call up the
Stuff like that is no longer building.
all the time. So I'm clear. But if you need red waves. Okay. Thank you. Good to see you.
No longer on the clock. Nice. Yeah, you guys got it. Question. I don't even think I have one.
Those aren't dang.
You know, why do you want to be here? What's that? Leadership. And I guess also, you can use it, yeah. Just bring it in. Yeah, just so you have it. It's gonna be like,
I'll be devastated on that.
Now that we're
hi, I'm James. Take care.
you need a placard, that way you're here.
If you'd like it to be as balanced as we can, or you can just sit here and hang it out.
Did you ever get one last year?
So those are all the letters sitting there. Here there are receipts.
Where is the rest of the Senate? 5 minutes.
To be signed.
Yep. The first meeting is pivotal. Look at all these new senators. I won't respect them.
The groups that you're with,
Yeah, good. Good on time. We're doing good on time.
someone wants to talk to you.
We're running low on
High school dress, right? I graduated 8 years ago.
I love it was so much just
Yes, I know the Jones. I mean, I know the Schreidel. Very good friends with them, actually.
What's that? 20 pounds.
Well, I left the Army as a sergeant. Get out. Do college, come back and recommission as a second lieutenant.
Let me get you an agenda.
Because
I don't think I was. Oh, yes. Sergeant. I haven't still have my dress. I'm actually in the National Guard. But I'm not going to wear it to second mission.
I'm not saying that hurt.
That's absolutely cool.
if I get there, they happen at me, so if you didn't watch that meeting, I'm hearing them talking up.
I would actually for the first meeting in Congress, honestly, I don't pay attention. All I mean, seeing is just a real cool guy.
Set the standard. Set the standard.
And instead of just putting that in
I mean, all your fears and just take
tuition so they can socialize.
no, we don't do that.
We're nice. So. You know what? I'm gonna touch base with you.
Alright. I gotta make this. This is the apparently I don't have the roll with me, so I have to go play it out because we're doing.
Good evening, folks. Let's call to please check in. Students, staff, faculty, please scan the QR code, get checked in before we begin.
Not many, a lot of us, okay, well, a lot of us have been doing
Mission.
there's 4 or 5.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of us like I
Something I'll call. Totally coach someone.
And also,
We're waiting for you to do it.
yes, we can do both. We do it extra and then you go.
That's fine. Once he joins,
Places
there he is. Apparently my dad.
Sorry, it's just testing.
I didn't see it.
Isaiah. He's here. We're good.
Is everybody checked in?
Feel free, scan the QR code up there if you haven't yet. The time is 7:01. I call this session of the Whitewater Student Government to order. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. If it's your first time in the room, this whole layout may be a little silly. We may talk a little funny, and some of us hold weird small cameras. But this is the 13th session of the 37th Whitewater Student Government Senate, but this is the first session for the 2025-2026 school year. So it's good to see a bunch of familiar faces and some brand new ones as well. I'm supposed to send a little message from the clerk that if you're speaking today or you're one of the folks who speaks a little bit more regularly, please be sure to speak loudly so that we can hear you on the recording if possible and when necessary. With that, if you would all please rise alongside me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wonderful. With that, the Honorable Mr. Vice President, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Carter,
Present.
Senator Beasley,
Present.
Senator Brosnowski,
Present.
Senator Irwin,
Present.
Senator Getzlaw,
Present.
Senator Houston, Senator Kiriakopoulos, Senator Magers, Senator Patricius,
Present.
Senator Punzel,
Present.
Senator Purnell,
Present.
Senator Rayburn,
Present.
Senator Reyes,
Present.
Senator Schmidt, Present. Senator Weedman,
Present.
and Speaker Wilson.
Present. And with that, we're going to move slightly out of order from the agenda today so that we can get started with getting some folks out of here a bit early if they'd like. So we'll move into the second page here. It's new business. We're going to start with R252601, the resolution honoring the 2025 D3 Baseball National Champions. Senator Carter, when you're ready, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Quick reminder to speak loudly into the microphone.
I got you. All right. Welcome back, y'all. It's been a while. So I don't know if y'all have heard over the summer, but our baseball team this summer has won the NCAA Division III National Championship and has set many records. So I'm just going to go through the bill real fast. You can follow along on the screen and that. So, whereas the student body of the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, UW-Whitewater, have organized the Whitewater student government under Wisconsin State Statute 3609-5 to serve as the official voice of the entire student body to guarantee their statutory rights to shared governance. And whereas the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater Warhawk baseball team won the 2025 NCAA Division III National Championship, earning national recognition for their dominance, sportsmanship, and excellence throughout the season. And whereas the Warhawks finished the 2025 season with a historic 49-6 record, setting a new school record for most wins, fewest losses, and an unmatched winning percentage of .891. There's some school records here. I'm not going to go through them all. You can see them up there. Some WIAC awards and D3 awards. Whereas this championship run showcased the strength of UW-Whitewater athletics and the enduring culture of excellence built by head coach John Vodenlich, his staff, and the roster of student athletes committed to greatness, and recognizing John Vodenlich, head baseball coach, became the all-time winning head coach in Wisconsin Intercollegiate Athletic Conference baseball history, achieving 729 career victories and setting a new standard of excellence in the conference. And therefore, be it resolved, the Whitewater student government formally congratulates and commends the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater baseball team for their 2025 NCAA Division III National Championship, for their record-breaking performance, and for bringing pride and distinction to our university. And therefore, be it finally resolved, the Whitewater student government formally recognizes and congratulates the 2025 Warhawk baseball team for their extraordinary season, historic offensive records, championship title. This obviously was a big milestone for all of us, as the baseball team aren't just athletes, they're our fellow peers, they're our fellow Warhawks, and everything like that. So, Coach, congratulations. This is much well-deserved, and Mr. Speaker, it's up to you now.
Thank you.
Speaker Patricus.
I just want to say, when I was asked to help write this bill, I was extremely honored. I was extremely honored when I was asked to help write this bill, because that's what we're great at here at UW-Whitewater, is winning.
Mr. Speaker, it's up to you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move into questions. Are there any questions for the submitters today? For once, for twice. Seeing none, with that, we're into content changes. Are there any content changes? For once, for twice. Seeing none, with that, we'll move into clerical edits. Are there any clerical edits?
I won't. So I got a space right here.
Add a space right there. Indeed, we will. We almost made it out unscathed.
Almost perfect.
Almost perfect.
Any other clerical edits? For once, for twice. Seeing none, with that, we're in discussion. Is there any discussion? I've got a little something. We went to the, President Bradley, and our advisor, Jim Bilgan, went to the celebration after the team won, and it was absolutely electric. It was a great time. But more importantly than that, the list of accomplishments that this team had listed out on that day, it was longer than any list of accomplishments I've ever heard any team list out at a celebration event. So they're all listed right there, italicized for your viewing pleasure. It was truly spectacular. So wonderful job on such an amazing season. Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion? Over on WebEx, is that Coach there?
Yeah.
Have anything you'd like to say, Coach?
Vote.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Good, how are you?
I'm awesome. I'm amazing and very thankful for you guys.
Well, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. Any other discussion? Going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we'll move into a roll call vote. Honorable Mr. Vice President, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Beasley.
Aye.
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Getzlaw.
Aye.
Senator Houston. Senator Kiriakopoulos. Senator Majors. Senator Patricus.
Aye.
Senator Funzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Rayburg.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wiedemann.
Aye.
And Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, in a vote of 13-0, resolution R252601, that means it's the first, has passed unanimously. Thank you so much. Coach, if you'd like to say anything again now, you're welcome. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate getting to honor you today.
Yeah, hey, just one quick thing. First of all, thank you for the resolution. It's an amazing thought, and we really appreciate it. But you guys may be the only people that really understand the partnership we have. Everyone says we're part of the UW system, so they think we run things like Madison. Okay, they sometimes think we're the Badgers, but they don't understand the support we get from the students, how the budgets work, how access and entrance to our events work, and the partnership that we have with all of you. So we got to spread that word because what you guys do for us and hopefully what we do in return really puts us and sets us aside. So thank you again. Thanks for the resolution, but more importantly, thanks for years and years and years of you guys supporting athletics at our university. And, people in Madison wouldn't understand this, but we wouldn't have accomplished it without you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach. It's our pleasure. I would invite you to stay and watch the rest of Shared Governance in motion, but do not feel obligated to. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, we will dive back in order.
All right, man.
Starting with special orders, we have Senate oath of office, which we'll need to strike a little later. You all get to see how that happens. And then the appointment of one ESCR district seat. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in an appointment for an ESCR district seat? Please stand now.
As you're able.
As you're able. Wonderful. Can the four of you walk in that direction as you go down behind all of our wonderful executives over here? As you come down, could we please recite our name to Student Body President, the Honorable Doug Bradley?
I gotta get the document up.
I was planning on three. Sound good to you? Wonderful. Yeah.
You can tell them all
Wonderful. Due to the volume of folks, it seems like we're going to have running for seats today. We're going to limit questions to 3. So we're going to ask 3 questions. We'll move forward as such. And also, that means that as placards get raised, if you've already asked a question, probably don't ask another. Oh, stay on up. Just stay on up.
Yes, if you don't
Thank you so much. 1 and 2. Perfect.
speak it here.
Oh, wait. This is supposed to be last name.
Yes. It's okay. It's all right.
All right, wonderful. Well, here's how this will work. Each of you will get to go into 3 minutes. You don't have to use the whole time, don't feel worried, to tell us a little bit about why you want to be the next ESCR Senator of the Whitewater Student Government. If we could we have the cursor move from name to name, just like the little bar, as people are talking to the senators can kind of put a last name to the face. And with that, is that more or less the order that y'all are in? The names on screen, is that the order you're in? Okay, wonderful. Then what's the first name up there? If you scroll up, is it Clifton? Is that all the names? All right, wonderful. Then Clifton, you're ready to start. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Hello, my name is Ryu. I live currently over in the ESCR district, and I would love to run to be somebody who represents ESCR because I believe that every student on campus, especially in the ESCR district, deserves to feel safe. Because, I have to walk home and I don't feel safe, and I want the people, especially in that side, to feel more safe walking around campus and to just be able to go to their classes and then have to worry about what is going to happen to them. I think that's what I got, so, yeah.
Hello, my name is Daniel Lang. I currently live in Wells West. I want to give a quick shout out to Senator Wheaton because they are the reason that I'm here today. They were my U leader, and Emily was my U leader and inspired me to be here today. I want to run for student government because I was talking to our president about this during U Lead. I did student government in high school, and while it is very different from this, government is my hopeful career path eventually, and I think that this would be a great experience and would really help me along the way. And if I can make a difference in other students' lives that are having the same problems that I am, I would like to do everything in my power to make that happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan Gulig. I graduated from Chilton High School. I'm from a tiny town called Mount Calvary. It's from a little group of towns called the Holy Land. Anyways, I would like to run for student government, primarily because it is my career path that I'm wanting to follow. So that is the main reason, but I wanted to second what, what's your name? Ryu said. You know, I've noticed there has been like a lot of intense stuff happening on campus lately, and I think I could help work on that. So yeah, I think that's all.
My name is Max Marty. I believe in the spirit of UW-Whitewater. I embody the value of being Warhawk bold. When I first walked onto the UW-Whitewater campus, I was overwhelmed by everyone taking pride in their majors. This boldness has encouraged me to wake up at 4 a.m. and to run 4 miles, including lift weights in the gym to achieve my goals in improving my body. Furthermore, I believe that with the help of UW-Whitewater and the whole Whitewater community, we may all achieve our dreams and find our passions for our future's careers. I have embodied my Warhawk pride, and I want to represent your passion and your pride as a member of the Student Government Senate.
Hello, my name is Riley Monroe. I'm a freshman here and I'm majoring in political science. So why this is so important to me to be involved in the school all goes back to a quote that was on the wall in my history classroom back in high school. It said, "Get in trouble, good trouble." It was a quote by John Lewis, and I want to utilize that going into my future. It's always important to speak up and use your voice and ideas, because that's one of the only things you always have is your ideas, your voice, and your ability to speak out. Back in high school, I was on my student government team, and we made a lot of powerful changes we had a new principal, and we were able to work with her to make a lot of positive changes and impacts within our school, and I want to be able to do the same here as a new student.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. With that, we will move into questions. Are there any questions for the candidates tonight? Just so we're clear before we move into questions, questions must be phrased in a manner that all candidates can answer. So don't ask a particular question about one candidate. Questions must be phrased in a manner that all candidates can answer. And we'll go reverse snake and then we'll switch it up after that. Does that sound good to everybody? Yes. Wonderful. We'll start with Senator Carter.
What's one unique issue or opportunity you see on campus that you would like to address, if elected, outside of dining, parking, or housing?
Ooh. All right. That's a tough one. One issue I would like to see improved is the team spirit at some of our sports game matches, because at the football game, there's a lot of students, but you can see in the student section there isn't much spirit, and I think we could definitely work to come up with either a spirit squad or some way that all the sports have more spirit in the student section.
Whenever you're ready.
I think a good way is to show more relationship between student and teacher. Like, take for example, I see the professors are communicating and doing their own thing, and when the students have their lens separated from the professors most of the time, I think we could encourage the professors and the students to work together and to communicate more. Because I know there's a lot of big projects and big things happening within the Whitewater campus that have societal impact. I think it would be wonderful if we learn about what professors are doing for research, how that impacts our community, and what does it take in order to work hard and show your Warhawk Bold pride.
A specific issue I think that I would want to address on campus is introducing new students to campus life. Even though I was told, like it's better than it used to be, I still think there are a lot of issues, and it's, I'm sure, very difficult for people who are more used to being at home. So I think that the transition onto campus life needs to be refined a bit more, and I think that's something I could work on.
Something I would like to address is the university's policy on scholarships. Can I get vulnerable a little bit? Okay. In the middle of August, I was genuinely 2 weeks away from having to sit out this entire year because of funding. And I reached out to my department heads in the music theater department for a scholarship in either music or theater. And I was told that we only offer scholarships to majors. However, since you don't have musical theater as a major, I would like to know why there is not a scholarship allotted to programs that you only have as a minor, and that is something that I would like to fix, not just for myself, but for other people who are also in my situation.
I personally would love to see a sense of community among this campus. Like, I have seen so many people just staying in their dorms, like hiding away. Even I'm just like also one of those people. But I want to see like more sense of community. I want to see more people just gather together and, make the most out of their college experience.
Thank you all very much. Next question will go to Deputy Speaker Patricus.
Some of you might have touched on this a little bit, but what past experience do you have in leadership? That can be either roles or just experience you have.
I personally don't have any experience in leadership, but I am a proud advocate for the many people I have met. I have advocated them for getting certain resources such as mental health services. I have advocated for them so they can, be themselves and be the best that they can possibly be. And I think that, everybody needs that. They need a supporting face to be there and be like, everything's gonna be okay, even if it's not okay right now.
Most recently, I was promoted at work, so I am now the social media manager, which doesn't tie in too much, but at my old school, I was vice president for 2 years, my sophomore and junior years. And then I also have kind of grown up in the whole political ecosystem in Wisconsin since I was 7 years old, give or take.
It really depends on what you consider a leadership position. For 2 years, the first 2 years of high school, I was in student council, and my last senior year, I was on a board for the English Center of Performing Arts. But yeah, there was a few other organizations that I was in, like Sources of Strength, stuff like that, where I guess you could be considered like a leadership position, but not like similar to this.
Well, I got a lot of leadership positions, but I'm an Eagle Scout, and for my Eagle Scout project, I planted over 2,000 plants and raised over $1,400. And if you ever visit to McFarland at McDaniel Park, right next to the Lake Wabiso River, you will see a majestic meadow that took me 2.5 years of planning. And furthermore, I attended the first ever write-in candidate for Badger Boy State with a boisterous crowd cheering for me, hoping to win. I hope I can put just as much my experience, my passion, my pride, my energy, everything into the student council.
So as far as leadership positions in high school, I was the president for my DECA chapter. I was on the principal student advisory board, student government, and then this past summer, I worked for my state senator as like in constituent outreach. So I had experience with like having to work with the local constituents in my community and do different outreach events.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. We'll move into our last question now. The parliamentarian Irwin. It's the whole syllable.
How do you overcome adversity?
And before we go, could we go to the middle and then
Sure.
every other, just so we even out the time?
Oh. Hi. You said adversity or adversary? Okay. Okay, I didn't know if it was a word I didn't know. Okay, I wasn't trying to be rude. Okay, anyways. But I handle adversity pretty head on, I'd say. Like, for example, I'm not afraid to like voice myself. And like when there's an issue, I don't care, like there's no reason that'll like hold me back. So yeah.
Can we go that way now? Let's get that there. Thank you, catching that.
How I overcome it is I just take it head on. I don't back down. Like, even if basically, like, if it's something I'm very passionate about, because like, you know, I've grown up with politics, so like, you know, it's great to get your voice out and just, you know, don't back down with what you believe in. So, yeah.
Over to Lloyd? Yes.
I overcome adversity every day. My promise to myself and to what I have to do is make sure I get good grades, and I have to, and it's an everyday process. It's having me wake up, even when I'm not in the best mood, to run in the morning and literally run 3 miles and 4 miles. Furthermore, I am not afraid of any challenge. I am willing to take anything, study as hard as it takes, and work very hard. I mean, I'm fine staying up till 12 a.m. to work on this.
Like my fellow potential senators have said, taking things head on, but I think the biggest thing is just communicating what your problems are or your issues that you have, and finding the middle ground, because nothing happens without compromise, and you have to know when to bend the knee to someone so that you can move forward and not just have a stalemate.
I think it's just important to always like compromise. You have to be willing to find like middle ground, but also be willing to speak your opinion. Again, like referring back to like working for my senator this summer, we worked with constituents on like a bipartisan matter. So there's a lot of times both sides would come at us with like different comments, and you kind of just have to let them speak for themselves, and you can't really put any personal opinion into the matter, because that's not what you're there for. You're there to help the community and help the constituents who live in your community.
Thank you all so much. With that, we will move into a roll call vote. Before I let you all go, could you one last time say your last name, just to the body, so that everybody kind of has a good understanding of who they might be voting for in just a moment.
Monroe.
Marty.
Gillig. Lang.
Clifton.
Wonderful, thank you all so much. You can go return to the gallery, and I'll say before we move into a roll call vote, Senator Carter.
Mr. Speaker, I move to vote by secret ballot.
Second it.
All right, wonderful. With that, we'll move into a roll call vote on whether or not to vote secret ballot. Just so we're clear, a vote of aye will be a vote in favor of voting secret ballot. Secret ballot just means you'll write a name on the paper, and Mr. Vice President and I will count the votes and then tally up who wins. A roll call vote will mean you'll say the name of the candidate. So a vote of aye will be a vote in favor of writing. A vote of nay will be a vote in favor of speaking. Everyone good? The Honorable Mr. Vice President Bain, when you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Senator Carty?
Aye.
Senator Beasley?
Aye.
Senator Bresnowski?
Aye.
Senator Irwin?
Aye.
Senator Gutzlaff?
Aye.
Senator Petrikis?
Aye.
Senator Punzel?
Nay.
Senator Purnell?
Aye.
Senator Rayberg?
Aye.
Senator Reyes?
Aye.
Senator Schmidt?
Aye.
Senator Weedman?
Aye.
And Speaker Wilson.
Nay. And in a vote of 11 to 2 to vote secret ballot has passed. So when is our advisor?
Yes.
Is our wonderful advisor, Janet Bill. Can everybody snap it up?
I'm killing trees.
It's passing out for secret ballot.
I'm getting you lots because you have lots to do tonight. Okay.
Thank you.
They're not pretty. I'm not gonna lie.
So, as we only have one Esper seat available today, what that'll look like for the senators who are currently voting, write one name on that piece of paper, not two names, not three names, one name. If you've already written two names, cross one out. Write one name on that piece of paper. You also have the choice to write no names on that piece of paper. I wouldn't advise that action, but.
Does everyone have a couple of pieces of paper that you can share? I've killed a lot of some trees today. Y'all are good.
Hey, I like your vision for Whitewater.
No, I am.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually a political science major too.
So I just did it.
Actually, I did a drop stat of it.
I know, it's like ripping them.
A lot of games. I just don't want to. No. I mean, I'm reading, I'm going, I got I pre-ordered the book 107 days. I mean, I'm just, and watching. I mean, I'm all gonna be. So I got like, I passed the quiz.
I currently, my estimate, yeah,
I do kind of agree that we do need a base camp that's safer. We probably what's around on the two sides.
I prefer Esper over here. So for this year,
Figure out ways to build up the budget. Yeah. I mean,
Well, I'm currently not out of
we got direct admin, so we
after tonight, you'll.
Yes, that's what you do. They have to have
I didn't stop.
and also how much other funds we're going to wherever. Like
external.
I just don't know. Like I think we can do it. We just have to see about it.
I know some like
That's like the big.
Are they mostly like what
you
get like a list
you'll figure it out. You'll think you can. Because the internal ones most deal with different. So
yeah.
IC and
But how much for the cost and the land and the real estate to build it?
All right. So before I read the results, this is how this generally works. When we have so many candidates running, we write one name. That candidate needs to reach a simple majority, which in this case is 7 votes. So if that candidate does not reach 7 votes, what we'll do, we drop the lowest voted candidate and we move on with the remaining candidates and we vote again. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, wonderful. In a vote of 8-2 to 1 to 1 to 1, newly appointed Senator Monroe. Congratulations. Please come see me after the meeting, and I'll give you further.
Is that a here now?
Yeah, you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, sit there and come talk to me after the meeting. And to anybody who I did not just announce, you're more than welcome to run again. So the way the standing rules works in that regard is if you run unopposed, which means if you go up there and nobody's there and you lose, then you cannot run again. But because that was a competitive election, you are welcome to run again to any district that still applies. Does that check out with everybody? Wonderful. With that, we will move on to the appointment of 2 Drumlin District seats. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in running for a Drumlin District seat? Please stand now. Wonderful. We've got, now is a wonderful time to mention. Thank you so much for reminding me. I'm so sorry I hadn't yet. If you're a current senator, but you've moved from last semester, which is why you're seeing folks who are here stand up, you have 1 week to run for your new Senate seat in that applying district. So I live off campus, but let's say I moved onto campus, I'd have to run for a different district. So anyone who's interested in running for the 2 Drumlin seats, please stand now. Going once, going twice. All right, the 4 of you can walk this way behind our wonderful executive team. And please state your name to the president as you move along.
I swear.
Senator Gutfeld? Could you speak up for the clerk?
Sorry. Point of information.
Order. Please, can we leave chatter to a minimum, particularly today, for the clerk while senators are talking? Thank you.
Just point of information. Let's say you move from one side of the campus to another, but you're an at-large senator.
Okay.
Totally still in district.
Just wanted to.
Yep. Just so everybody in the room understands, at-large means everywhere. So if you are currently enrolled and taking classes, that means you're good. You got all our names up there? All right, wonderful. So this will proceed exactly as it proceeded before this. Each candidate will get 3 minutes. Tell us a little bit about why you want to be the next Drumlin District Senator of the Whitewater Student Government, name, major, that kind of thing. And then we will go into questions.
Hello, I'm Senator Isabel Beasley. I was the former seat of Esker District, but I am running for Drumlin because I currently live in Drumlin and I no longer live in Esker. And the reason I would like to run for Senate once again is because I would like to make a change on campus, for I joined last semester. And I would like to broaden out more of the fact to make a change because I joined late semester and now this is a fresh start for me to continue on. And my leadership that I've had, I was a part of Junior RTC and I was head organizer for a lot of events and I was their main speaker.
My name is Austin Prosser. I am from Drumlin. I plan to represent here because I've always wanted to kind of try and bring change to people I represent in my area. I always want to see positive change. My leadership experience does come from, I've spent many years in Boy Scouts and leadership positions, served on student council for several years throughout my middle and high school career.
Hello everyone, my name is Elizabeth Vanderheim. I'm a current freshman here. I live in Erie. I'm a math major, but student government and student council is just a passion of mine. I've been in student government since the 5th grade, and I like having a voice within schools and making a change within schools, and it's just a passion of mine, and I like to make sure that everybody's voice is heard across every area of the campus.
Hi, my name is Emily Wheatman. I'm currently a marketing major here on campus. Last year, I resided in the Esker district, and I currently now live in Drumlin, so that's why I'm rerunning today. Student government is definitely a passion of mine, though I'm a marketing major and involved in other business things. Having a voice and continuing the changes that and impacts that I'm currently a part of is something I'm deeply passionate about, and continuing to make those changes on our campus to better everyone. And I would really love the opportunity to continue serving.
Thank you all very much. With that, we'll move into questions. Senator Purnell.
Senator Punzel. If you were a tool in a toolbox, what would you be?
I would say a hammer because that's the only one I know how to use right.
Do you guys know like those screwdrivers that have like two tips, like the Phillips and the flat? I would say I am that because I can be very versatile in any place and I can work well with any group of people.
I would say a tape measure because I can adjust to new situations, always changing, and I always try and fit as many uses as possible.
I would say last time I said a screw, and this time I'm going to say a nut because, as you can tell, with nuts you can use them to fasten your ideas and continue on. And if you have an idea, you stick to it.
Thank you all very much. Any other questions? Just so everyone's aware as to the order with which I call questions, I'm going to try to prioritize folks who haven't spoken yet. But with that in mind, Alderman Terry North.
What are some unique qualities you believe you'll bring to the organization?
One new unique quality I hope to bring to the student leadership organization is trying to help increase communication across members. A lot of times communication is an issue I run into with a lot of places. I've always tried to improve communication between members so that everyone's on better track of what's happening.
I would say that I'm very efficient in what I do. Going back to my past experience within student government, being president, I make sure that meetings ran more efficiently. So some meetings that would take multiple days. In past years, I would make sure everything would kind of just get repeated multiple times. I would just cut that down, and they would take 1 day. So I would say just efficiency in meetings and meeting times.
I think I'd like to continue bringing on my positivity and happiness. I think every situation, if you haven't heard before, my philosophy is every negative situation has 2 positives. So if you're put on the bench, you get to drink water and cheer your teammates on. That's what I'm here to do at WSG.
I would like to continue my serving with the determination and hard work and dedication that I would like to put forward to this organization.
All right. Next question will go to Senator Carter.
How would you handle disagreements within the Senate to ensure it leads to progress rather than division?
I would ensure that both parties are being heard effectively, not just arguing over and over each other. You have to hear both sides and then come to some sort of agreement. If that can't be reached, then we need to take a step back and just come to some sort of agreement.
I think one way is just confront the situation, whether it is a singular person or a group, figure out a way to meet in the middle, like I believe that was said in the past questioning for Esker District. Just all conflicts will have an end result. It might not be something that either party wants, but I think there's a way to solve everything. One way is communication.
Is that everybody?
To add on to pretty much both of their answers, which was really nice, I would find a way to, and I'd hear both sides of the story and find a way to confront the situation first, and what the conclusion has to be at the end of the night, even though it may disappoint each side or one side, but that is the conclusion that it would end up being.
I would try and encourage discussion among the members to try and find the most reasonable solution that all parties can agree on.
Alrighty. In light of the Senate's recent decision to vote secret ballot, that's how we'll continue to vote for the rest of the evening. Could all of you just recite your name one last time before you head off to gallery land?
Wheatenen.
Vanderhei.
Prosser.
Beasley.
Wonderful. And with that, would the Honorable Vice President Parker Van pass out our sheet?
Are we writing one or two names?
You can write two names because we have two available seats. Please write two names, one name, or no name. You can vote for two people because there are two seats open. You can vote for one person, or you can vote for no people. As a favor to the Vice President and I, if you could space out the names on the sheet, I know some of you have already finished. That would be very helpful. Thank you. No worries. As a quick note, because we have folks in the room who are running and are in a position, abstentions are something that maybe you've seen our body do a couple of times. We've had folks who serve on our Senate who are getting paid abstain when they're voting for themselves in confirmation, for example. Maybe you were here last semester when we saw that kind of thing. No senators get paid, so you don't need to abstain on yourself because of any financial gain that you might have. Just want to mention that. Oh. You got them all? All right. This one's going to type. Can we get some music turned down and off the speaker focus? In a vote of 4-2 to 9-9, congratulations to appointed Senator Vanderhei and Wheatman. Wonderful job. Vanderhei, did I say that right?
Yes. Yeah, Vanderhei.
Vanderhei, congratulations. Please see me after the meeting to all those who are newly appointed. With that, we will move on to the appointment of 4 at-large seats. Is there anybody in the gallery tonight interested in running for an at-large seat? All right. Going once, Going twice, seeing none. Okay, we will proceed as we did the last 2 times. If you could please come around this way. As you're walking, please let President Bradley know your name. What's your time? Yeah, anyone can run for this. If you are an enrolled student at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, you can run. So I'm going to going once, going twice, seeing none. Okay, wonderful. Welcome all. Could we, as much as we can, shift like a step and a half? So I can we curve maybe? Curve the All right, wonderful. In light of certain circumstances and advising from the parliamentarian, we are going to limit questions to 2 questions. Wonderful. Okay. You may now proceed. You'll all get 3 minutes to tell us a little bit about why you want to be the next at-large senator for the Whitewater student government, name, major, and why you want to be a part of our body. Floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sean Lieber. I'm from Wisconsin-Whitewater, Wisconsin. My major is public policy and administration. The reason why I want to be in student government is because not only am I passionate about government, but I am heavily involved in it. My past shows it. I was a legislative assistant to State Representative Barbara Dietrich, my state rep. Before that, I was an intern for another state rep, and before that, I was a Senate scholar. What I will bring to the table here for the student government here at Whitewater is open-mindedness towards everyone, because we have a very large community here. Reason why I came here. And also, you guys have amazing government. So I've heard from not only people in the Capitol, but local leaders as well, which inspired me to run for student senator. And I will come here with an open mind. I will be heavily cooperative with my, if I'm elected, fellow senators and board members. But yeah, that's why I want to run as student senator. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, my name is Luke Schroffnagel. I am from north of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I'm a transfer sophomore student from River Falls, and I'm studying biology and medicine. Quick poll, has anyone here ever heard of FFA, Future Farmers of America? All right, sweet. Last year I was the state vice president of Wisconsin FFA for over 26,000 students. I met with over 40,000 students over the nation, gave over 400 speeches and 400 leadership workshops. And I'm part of parliamentary procedure. If you've ever heard of that, we use gavels. I was the chairman, and walking into today, I did not know I was going to join. I had no idea that we were running, and then I just decided to come up here. So I love government, I love debating, I love giving speeches. So thank you for having me.
Wow, that's hard to beat. Hi, my name is, it's okay. My name's Emily Thompson. I'm a freshman here, and I'm a business major, and I can't say I have any crazy qualifications like being a vice president or working for someone in the government. But I do really want to get to know people and get to know students on a personal level, because I feel like that kind of stuff kind of gets swept under the rug under all this, you know, important stuff. But essentially, we're still doing this for the students, so there should be that personal relationship that we should try for.
Hi, I'm Senator Isabel Beasley. You've heard about me when I ran again, but I am a freshman here at Whitewater, and I am studying journalism, international emphasis with a minor in criminology, and I joined this to make a difference on the campus for the fact that I've been dealing with a lot of stuff as a freshman, and I shouldn't have been dealing with stuff like that, but either way, I would like to make a change with how everything has been on campus lately from what I've seen at the beginning of the year.
I think that I would be a good student senator because I also believe in the spirit of Whitewater Bold. I think that when I show it on the Senate, if I get in, is to always work hard towards everyone, no matter who you are or what you believe in, and always make sure I take care of everyone and try to compromise, communicate, and work and do everything I can. But furthermore, I have my qualifications. Also, I interned, I got into a job center with my Green County Representative Jacobson, and I also, my degree is political science legal studies, where I explore the deep, interesting, and passion towards politics. But I believe in compromise towards uniting and building a better way.
Hello again, my name's Nathan. I didn't mention last time, but my major is political science, and I would have to agree with, oh my gosh, Miss Thompson. And I feel like a lot of things are getting swept under the rug, like under all these professional titles that people have had, and there's not as many, like, I feel, ordinary people in institutions to give their own takes. I didn't mention this last time, but like one unique experience that I think I have out of you guys, I'm not sure, but I have type 1 diabetes. So I'm a big advocate for many different communities as well. And I really just hope to make a meaningful difference on campus if you vote for me.
Hello again, my name is Danny. I think I forgot to say it earlier. My major is cybersecurity, and kind of going along with that, I mentioned government earlier, but the ultimate goal is government intelligence, security, stuff like that. Tying that into campus with the recent events that we had this past weekend, I think that we could deal with a higher security presence on campus. I mean, it's a very large campus, and limiting it to one officer on campus at a time, I think we could do better, and I think it's something that we should do. And then as far as leadership and political experience go, I mentioned that I've been kind of in this general realm since I was 7, but specifically I was doing phone calls for a governor election when I was 7, going door to door. I've been involved in various Senate campaigns, kind of just general political ecosystem. So thank you.
Hello, me again. I'm Ryu Clifton. My major is poli-sci, and I love politics, but as I like to say, it's technically my sport because I watch it and I just am like, no, yes. But I do agree with some of my colleagues over here, such as Senator Thompson and also Senator Danny as well. But I think that I would be a great fit for student government because I want to work for the people. I want to work for you guys. You know, I want to work for the people who basically want change on this campus. Like, you know, I believe that everybody deserves a voice, and you just need basically the mic. You just need to be able to go out and just, you know, breathe your opinion, okay? And I want to fight for the people, and that is going to be my whole goal if you elect me for office.
Wonderful job, everybody. With that, we will move into questions. Any questions for the candidates? Parliamentarian.
What is the #1 issue you wish to address if elected to the Senate?
I already said this probably in my last campaign, but probably safety, because I do think that, especially my colleague was bringing it up, we do need more security officers to protect students on campus, and that would probably be my biggest concern.
I mentioned scholarships but kind of going along with that is our housing this year seems to be a little bit of a problem, especially in the Wells complex. We have people living in the even floor lounges, which puts us over house capacity, and then along comes a parking problem, which we already have. But if we have this many people on campus, we need places for them to park. And I think that with the right solutions, we can not only bring in more revenue for the school, but we can also bring in more jobs for the community and more jobs for people on campus.
Hello. So one specific thing that I've noticed since getting on campus, we have beautiful landscaping, but it's very 50-50. You know, some parts are really nice, and then there's other parts. I forget the building. It's education.
Roseman?
It's the one next to Heidi, but I know you know what I'm talking about. Winthrop. Yeah, Winthrop. Just in my opinion, I think there's some places on campus that needs a bit of cleaning up. Same with, there's a lot of construction going on. And I think just for getting new students and more people like more interested in getting out of their dorms, just making the campus more enjoyable for everyone.
I think that we could have a better way of communication of clubs, and also try to always build up and ask TU students to get more involved in campus work, such as a town like right here, we can advertise clubs more, making sure that students always get involved, and also make sure to have incentives for students to actually get involved too.
The one thing I would like to work on if I was reelected, I would like to work on the communication with the beginning of the year, especially with, I myself have been having issues with not knowing how to pay for certain things on campus and where to get certain things like parking passes and how to deal with financial aid, because I've been struggling with that throughout the school year as an incoming freshman. I didn't know anything else until I learned it at SOAR or last minute. And I've known other freshmen that had to deal with that issue as well. And I would like to fix that problem.
I would like to focus some of my attention on, I'd like to focus some of my attention on some of our food safety and also for the quality of some of our food, because I know I'm speaking with other potential senators, and they mentioned going to the dining hall right when it opens at 4 and having food, like cold food, and some of the good food that maybe the vegan food, it's already gone, and they have 3 trays, but it's gone within 20 minutes. And I just feel there's a more effective way we could do it and get student feedback other than the little kiosk that most people skip over.
Who likes road construction? Yeah, no one. I think the biggest problem is I live in Benson, and I was woke up this morning by jackhammer. Yes. So I don't know if there's like a sign up where we can come and help them. I don't think that would happen. But no, that was a joke. But I think the biggest problem for me, I'm a pianist, and the music department, I went to go play their pianos, and you have to be a music major. And I know like a friend of mine down the hall, he had to be a music major to play on their piano rooms. And so I think that'd be something we can address to open more opportunities for students who are not in a specific major, but they can use the resources to, I don't know, grow community. So that'd be an issue that I would address. But I've only been here for a week, so campus right now is awesome. I'm loving life, you know. I don't really know Whitewater that well, so I don't see many problems. Obviously what happened last week was very, very bad. But other than that, I think this place is great. So my issues right now, there's not many. Just my little piano room. So thank you.
I guess one minor and one bigger issue I have would be, one minor is, I would say, people have said it before up here, that there have been some safety issues. So I got like 3 or 4 emails already, and it's been like the 2nd week of the year. Maybe taking a look at that. But a bigger issue that I am more concerned about is air conditioning. I think we should invest in more air conditioning units for housing, because it's a luxury that I think we should have, since we're paying thousands of dollars for being here. And some people may say it's an expensive luxury. I disagree with how much this university makes in revenue. So I would like to take a look at that and try to get more air conditioning units for our housing here.
All right. Okay, wonderful. We're going to go every other, starting with gentleman in the blue shirt there.
My name's Luke.
Luke? Yeah. Thank you, Luke. And question, Senator Wheaton.
In what ways will you ensure that your leadership reflects the voices of underrepresented or quieter groups on campus?
Could you repeat that last part?
Yeah. What ways will your leadership reflect the voices of underrepresented or quieter groups here on campus?
I think everyone has echoed the importance of speaking your opinion, but I'm a huge believer in servant leadership, so actions speak louder than words. So I think like everyone has a voice, and all these smaller groups, they have voices, but it's important that they act on those words, they act on those voices. So someone to maybe be a transport from their voice to student government or upper position in our university is very important. So maybe that's a role that I could fill.
Perfect. Question.
If I was reelected, wait, what was the question again? Sorry.
How will you ensure that your leadership reflects underrepresented or quieter groups on campus?
I would try to make their voices heard by talking to them directly and trying to get their feedback on what I can do and talking with the Senate to see what I can do on both sides so I'm also following the rules and the legislative rules as well. And I would see where I can work from there.
So for me personally, I'm a very hands-on person, and I talk a lot and to basically everyone, and I can make anybody talk. I'm very persistent. You can talk to literally anybody that I know, or that knows me. Anyways, but like I said, my leadership style is very hands-on. I talk to a lot of people. I get a lot of input from a lot of different people because I'm kind of a social chameleon. I'm kind of in a lot of different groups, you know? So I feel like that's a thing that I bring to the table, so.
So, I would say technically I'm part of an underrepresented minority. I mean, even if basically like we have gotten better, I'm actually a part of Impact actually, and I'm also a part of LIT as well. So I just talk to people and, you know, try to make like things better for people. Like, I think that's one thing that you need to do is you just need to talk to people, see what they want, and then go back to basically like the drawing board and see what you can do to make their lives 10 times better.
So what I do to represent underrepresented students here at Whitewater is to meet with them face to face. I think is very important. My boss has taught me that she would meet down and usually have like a coffee with them and discuss an issue face to face, because that's usually how I handle an issue like that. And then once I have full knowledge of the issue and learn both sides, I can take it to my fellow senators if I'm elected, or members of the board, or if it's a big enough issue, take it to people like the chancellor, the vice chancellors, or people that, like the deans, people like that, and see what we can do with it, and basically figure out a way to solve it. But I want to be very open-minded with the issues, because there's tons of them here that could arise. But yeah, that's basically what I would do. Thank you.
I would just like to say this isn't my personal idea. I'd have to give credit to potential Senator Lang. We both thought to do maybe open houses where people can come in and express their issues, because of course we want to help these groups as much as possible, but we can't unless we're being meet in the middle and they're telling us what they need and will provide.
Just as much, I think we need to have food for the open houses to have people actually go. Because I think, and also I need to lead with empathy. I promise to always listen, always make sure I hear what people want to say, and listen and meet their needs. And furthermore, we will debate within the student council to figure out what is the best solution so we can achieve compromise and the beauty of how the legislative and structure works. Just as much as that too.
As a lot of my peers have said, just kind of meeting people in the middle and actually talking to them You would be surprised the problems that people will just tell you when you're waiting for the elevator to come up to the 5th floor, or when you're walking past somebody on your way to class. People are very open about the things that they're going through, and I think a lot of times they forget that, yes, we might be on student government, but we're also students with them, and a lot of the times we all have the same issues and same problems, and we all want answers, and we all want results. And if we're in a position where we can do something, as long as they tell us, or we're letting them know that they can come to us and let us know what they need, we can do everything in our power and option to get them what they need.
Yep. Everybody just recite your name, any order now is fine.
Clifton,
Lang,
Gillig,
Marty,
Beasley,
Thompson,
Schroffnagel,
Lieber.
Alrighty, you can all go back to gallery land and Senate land and where you sit. All right, wonderful. As it says up there on the board, senators, you can write up to 4 names. Phrased exactly like that is perfect. So, not 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4.
It's so ugly every time I ask it. I'm like, we can just get it.
Don't do it.
I always end up underneath them. I end up Could you acknowledge?
Oh, so sorry. It actually appeared. Oh no, something happened.
Yeah, that was it too.
Yep, you got it.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, folks. All right. In a vote of 3 to 12 to 1 to 0 to 6 to 9 to 8 to 5, congratulations to newly appointed Senator Lang, Thompson, and Schwaffnagel. And because we've only filled 3 seats, we will, again, with the remaining names, conduct a secret ballot vote. You can now only vote for 1 name. So congratulations to those newly appointed senators. We'll pass out another run of that. Do those names look right to the remaining candidates?
Is there a senator that needs a ballot?
Easily. Yep, that's right. For the clerk's record, and 2 abstentions.
No, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, just clarity for all senators who might be voting. If you don't want to vote for any candidates in the future, do not abstain, write none. Or leave your sheet blank, I guess, that would do too. Nay to all. A quick note on abstentions, kind of as a whole. Our body tries to avoid them. You were elected, some of you just very recently or appointed, to represent your constituents.
and sometimes that means making a really hard decision. But we were in fact elected to make these decisions. So keep that in mind when thinking about possibly abstaining. General practice is to only do it when personal gain is at stake. Personal monetary gain.
I love saying no. Becky was. I'm running next week.
Alrighty. In a vote of 0 to 0 to 0 to 5 to 6, no candidate has reached a simple majority because of 2 abstentions, which means we will drop the tying candidates and run the election again, with the remaining names being Lieber and Beasley. So, could we reflect that on the screen, please? So, Beasley and Lieber, am I saying that correctly? Yes. Those candidates will continue. You'll vote again, and you'll only write one name or no names.
And not abstain.
You don't. You got elected to vote. Yeah, that way. You got elected to vote.
Okay, you were elected to vote, folks. Let's try not abstaining, because then sometimes it does things like that where it throws our majority off.
Folks, when the speaker says monetary gain, that's if you were to make money from your vote. Right, not a position, if you were to make money from gaining a position. Clarify that.
That's my deputy speaker.
We're only an hour and a half. We're not even through. Here you go.
Can we keep a little bit of order, please? Thank you. I'm okay with some sides. Just gotta whisper, please.
I'm gonna try to run again.
I mean,
In a vote of 5 to 6 to 2, no candidate has reached a majority, and thus the election will end, and the seats will remain vacant until next week. You're all welcome to come back and run again. With that, we'll move on to the appointment of 2 off-campus district seats. Is there any? Yeah, also, if anyone has been appointed to a seat, please come see me after the meeting. We will continue on with appointments at a hearty pace. I'm going to pause for questions.
Mr. Speaker, can you just clarify to folks who might be newer that, are you talking about just the 1 seat next week, or are you talking about all 4? Can you just clarify?
2 seats were claimed tonight. We've appointed 2 people. 3. I'm sorry. 3 seats. So 3 of the at-large seats have been filled. Next week, an agenda will get sent out, and given no extenuating circumstances, so no current resignations or something like that, you'll see on the agenda next week that we'll have 1 at-large district seat open, and every candidate who ran or didn't run is completely welcome to come back and run again. The election ended because to be elected to a seat, you must have a majority, which in our body right now, tonight, is 7 people. So we had 1 candidate get 5 votes, 1 candidate get 6 votes. That means they did not reach a majority, and there were two folks who voted nay. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. Deputy Speaker Patrick.
I believe we'll have other seats open just because people have moved and their seats in the original district they ran will be open.
That is true. There will be some moving around of seats, I would guess. There will be more seats that added, more seats moved. Keep an eye on the agenda that I presume has already been sent to you all, but if you didn't get an agenda this Sunday, feel free to come stop by after the meeting or email me at wsgspeaker@uw.edu, and we will get you added to that list so that you get the agenda, so that you know how many seats are available. Thank you all for hanging in there. With that, we will move on to item E, the appointment of 2 off-campus district seats. Is there anyone in the gallery tonight interested in running for an off-campus district seat? Going once? Going twice? Alrighty, wonderful. Parliamentarian Irwin. Prospective appointee, you have the 3 minutes to tell us a little bit about why you want to be the next senator of the Whitewater Student Government. Name, major, any other relevant.
Thank you. My name is Blake Irwin. I have been serving, this will be my 3rd year in Whitewater Student Government, and at the end of it, my completion of my 1st term as parliamentarian, which follows up me finishing out a previous deputy speaker uncompleted term. I am running to switch my seat over to off-campus. Well, the technical reason is because I moved off-campus. But the reason why I want to continue in student government is that I have not yet accomplished all that I wish to do in this org. I have not even begun to scratch the surface.
Can I get order, please? We've got a candidate running. The time will restart at 3 minutes if you'd like to use it all. Folks, chatter down to a 0 at this point. Thank you.
You need to step outside the room.
As I was saying, I believe there is a conversation happening at Whitewater about our path going forward. It is a wide, varied conversation containing situations like parking and dining and safety and housing and school community, getting unengaged students engaged and making sure that they are prepared for the future. And this is a conversation in which it is absolutely vital that the student perspective is represented and represented well. And if I am reappointed to a new seat, that is a conversation I will continue to participate in and indeed make sure our entire organization is participating in, and to ensure that the student voice is front and center of any decision made in Whitewater, and that our organization is included in every decision-making process possible. Thank you.
Wonderful. With that, we will move on to questions. Are there any questions for the candidate tonight? I'll start. If you were a tool in a toolbox, what would you be?
A hammer. And I've had a lot of time to think about this question because I've been asked this question a number of times, running for different things. So the hammer, 2 key points. Firstly, I've been told by a great many people that I'm rather hard-headed. And secondly, because I will hammer away at an issue until it is solved.
Deputy Speaker, please.
If you were maybe mistaken or wrong on something, how do you deal with that?
Well, the first time I'm mistaken about something, I'll let you know. But in all seriousness, it is vital, especially in an organization like ours, where all we have really is influence, and we need to rely on our credibility to make sure we have all the facts going into a situation, and our argument is as seamless, concise, and perfect as it can be. So if you are wrong about something, you need to embrace that. Seek out any information which you don't have, and that is what I try to do. Seek out new information, incorporate it into the argument, fix any flaws, and indeed expand it.
Senator Carter.
In your current role as parliamentarian, you've been directed to procedure and order. If elected to this new seat, how would you adapt your leadership to focus more on shaping policy and representing students' needs directly?
Well, that has been the key thing to understand about being an officer of the Senate, is that your role as senator always comes first. So while I have been serving as parliamentarian, I have never lost focus of the need to participate in the policy making of the Senate. That said, I don't think a great deal of policy making has been done in the Senate these past year and 2 years, etc. And I aim to continue to try to fix that, to revitalize the Senate as a policy-making institution, guiding both the organization as a whole as well as the wider university.
Wonderful. Thank you all very much. With that, we'll move into a secret ballot vote. As has been illustrated on the board, you can vote yay or nay. So we use names a lot. You can use names as well if you'd like. But there's only one name you can write down or not write down. So yay or nay would be ideal.
Mr. Speaker, what does yay and nay mean?
Yay means yes. I like the candidate. I, if you guys nay means no. I don't want the candidate.
You can see the spelling of I on the board. It's not the letter I. A-Y-E, please.
I would not. Yeah, that's what I'm at least looking forward to doing. I just put a drum silence.
I think it definitely has. I think it is definitely jaded us both.
Sweet 20.
Well, that's something.
Alrighty, a vote of 10 to 3. Congratulations to the newest appointed off-campus Senator Laker. Wonderful. We're going to move on with haste now. On to item F, appointment of 2 Rock County District seats. Is there anyone in the gallery that I need to run for a Rock County District seat? That means you take any classes over at Rock County. Going once? Going twice? Seeing none. With that, we're going to move on to guest speakers, starting with the chairman of the Segregated University Fee Allocation Committee, Nicholas A. Patrice.
Hello, everyone. You might see me walking around. I'm currently the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. I wear a couple hats, though. Another one of those is Chairman of SUFAC. A little bit about me. This is my 3rd year on SUFAC. I used to be the Vice Chair of Education Honors, currently the representative of the College of Letters and Sciences. So I was picked by the Dean to represent the entire college. A little about SUFAC, though. What is that? If you ever look at your student bill, there's going to be a line that says segregated fees. Could say mandatory segregated fees, undergraduate segregated fees. Wow, sorry. Something like that, right? Essentially, what SUFAC does is take those fees and allocate them to a bunch of student loans. And there's a whole lot more complex than that. If you've got 5 hours, I might be able to fill you in on a little bit of it, but I don't have that much time tonight. Just did a bunch of stuff over the summer. I created a bunch of new forms. I had a couple meetings with the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs. Frank Bartlett, who was our Assistant Vice Chancellor of Student Affairs, he retired. We do have a new search screen for his successor, which is a new position. I will be part of that. President Bradley will also be as well, representing WSG. We got some important dates here for you from SUFAC. On Monday, the 15th, the SUF annual allocation opens. And so that's a form that'll be open on Connect 2 that a bunch of student orgs will fill out. It'll be open for about a month and a half. It'll close November 2nd at 11:59 p.m. And then the bulk of our work on SUFAC begins November 4th through the 14th, where we do hearings and deliberations for every single different student org and all that fun stuff. The 17th of November, I'll be here in front of you again to present those numbers. It'll be a big spreadsheet if you've ever done it before. That'll be a long meeting. And then the 24th, the meeting after, we will vote on that. All of that is subject to change, but that's the tentative schedule right now. Yeah, any questions about SUFAC, what it is, what our process is, what seg fees are, anything fun like that?
What is your idea for reallocating money to clubs and to the sports teams? How does that process usually work?
Yeah, so we deal with club sports.
Yeah.
Athletics, like the NCAA teams, are funded through different sources. What we do is there's a lot of them, and we'll take a look at all of their budgets. So each different org will submit a budget, including club sports, including the over 110 student orgs that apply. It was 117 last year. I expect it to grow this year. But we'll take a look at their budget, and first of all, we'll probably cut it to policy. A lot of people go over. And yeah, we'll take a look. We'll use what's called viewpoint neutrality, which essentially boils down to we've got to remain neutral on their viewpoints, right? We got to take a look at the budget, not what the organization does or represents. Yeah, I can't talk a whole ton because it is a new committee, and so the new committee will make its own processes, so I can't really talk about past precedent. I hope that answered your question.
Also up to the, I'll basically see.
But if you're interested, I'd love to sit down with you, because I have a whole 32-page policy I can go over with you if you're really interested.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of people are, so if you are, I'd love to chat with you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Any questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, we'll move on to the approval of the agenda minutes. Starting with item A, the minutes from special session, April 30th, 2025. So we had a special session a long while back. This is the approval of those minutes. Can I get a motion to approve? Senator Wheaton?
Motion to approve.
Seconded by Senator Rapunzel. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
Wonderful. With that, the minutes from the special session, April 30th, 2025, have been approved unanimously. With that, we're on to the minutes from May 5th, 2025. Can I get a motion to approve? Senator Carter.
Motion approved.
Seconded by Senator Beasley. Wonderful. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
With that, the minutes from May 5th, 2025 have been approved. With that, we're on to the agenda for September 8th, 2025. Can I get a motion to approve? Deputy Speaker Patrikas.
I'll move to strike Senate oath of office.
Thank you very much. Can I get a second? Second by Senator Rapunzel. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
Wonderful. With that, the amendment is approved. Deputy Speaker Patrice.
Move to approve.
Seconded by Senator Reber. Can I get a voice vote?
Acclamation.
Wonderful. With that, the agenda for our September 8th, 2025 has been approved unanimously. With that, we're on to student issues and concerns. For those brand new to the room, this is a section of our agenda where no formal action will be taken and nobody can speak on any items listed in the agenda, but you'll get 3 minutes uninterrupted to speak about any student issue or concern you may have. If there's anyone who has a student issue and concern they'd like to voice, you're welcome to speak now. Going once, going twice.
I remember when I was trying to get out to.
If you'd like, you can.
Oh, sorry.
Come on up and we'll start 3 minutes for you.
All right.
It can't be about anything on the agenda, by the way. So.
No, that's not.
Okay, wonderful.
I have this problem, and it's a very important problem. It is the campus Wi-Fi. I remember me going onto the WIN's scheduling page, and it barely even loaded. And I was in a classroom trying to find my class for last minute. Or when I tried to log into the computer, I had to wait for my computer to buffer. And plus, the Wi-Fi, and trying to get onto the Wi-Fi password is very convoluted and complicated. We need to have a better organized system for our internet connections so that we may all achieve our assignments to the best level we can instead of waiting for the Wi-Fi all the time.
Wonderful, thank you very much. There will be no questions in this section. I think that was my first student issue and concern. So for those of you in the room who it also may have been your first student issue and concern, no questions, we move right on. With that, we are on to the reports section, starting with external committee reports.
If I may, Mr. Speaker,
Please.
It doesn't mean that you shouldn't reach out to that student or do research on your own about an issue that's brought to this body. It's just we cannot discuss it as it's not on the agenda.
I would also add, if any student that ever expresses a student issue and concern would like to reach out to me, you could have a full speaking session under guest speakers. There could be questions asked in that time, so we can move forward with issues pressed on the later agendas if necessary. With that round of reports, starting with external committee reports, we'll go to the Chancellor's Committee on Veteran Services and Student Member Success. Senator Punzel, whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Good evening, y'all. First of all, thank you, Speaker Wilson, for giving me the floor. So on September 3rd, 2025, the Chancellor's Committee on Veteran Services and Service Member Success met at 2 o'clock in the Anderson Library. We discussed the welcoming of 2 new members and the revamp of the Veterans Lounge, where we just got it professionally cleaned. We also discussed the pros and cons forms that we all had to do over the summer, as Chris McMenamin, the old Veterans Lounge steward, had left over the summer. He went back to his job in the judicial branch, I believe?
Private sector.
Yes, private sector. Then we also received an email from Chancellor King over the summer discussing in regards to the creation of a 3 to 5 year plan for not only the Veterans Lounge, but also the Veterans Services Office as a whole. Then we also are now finally discussing what is going to be going on Veterans Week from November 10th to the 14th. So we will be working with the ROTC for a color guard ceremony to take place on Veterans Day at 11 o'clock. Pending any questions, that's the end of my report.
Wonderful. Are there any questions for Senator Punzel? Going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we're on.
Actually have a question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Are you gonna play any music or a band?
I believe so, yes.
Cool.
Any other questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we are on to internal committee reports, of which we have none. On to officer reports, starting with the report and welcome address of our honorable president, Douglas Allen Bradley III.
All right, folks, I get to do this once a semester. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. It is truly wonderful to see you all gathered here tonight for what is our first meeting of the year. For some of you, this is your first time in these seats, and you might be feeling excited, maybe even a little uncertain about what's ahead. For others, it's a return to familiar ground, a continuation of service and leadership that you've already embraced. And wherever you fall on that spectrum, I want you to know how grateful I am that you have chosen to be here. Each of you represents something bigger than yourself. You represent the students who have trusted you to carry their votes and their beliefs that this Senate can be a place where those voices are not only heard, but acted upon. Vice President Boehm and I are deeply humbled and honored to serve as the first ever two-term administration in the history of the Whitewater student government. That distinction doesn't belong to us alone. It belongs to every student who believed in steady leadership, to every team member who put in long hours, who has the opportunity to show that real progress is possible when we work together. Our re-election isn't just about continuity, it is a statement of confidence from the student body that the work we started still matters and that together we can keep moving forward. Let me be clear, this year isn't about looking backward, it's about looking ahead. We face a changing campus with new challenges and opportunities around every corner. As senators, your role is not simply to cast votes, it is to ask questions others might be afraid to ask. To hold campus leadership accountable, to ensure that the student voice is heard in every conversation, echoing through every corner of this campus, and to carry forward the real concerns of the students who walk our grounds, live in our residence halls, and learn in our classrooms. This chamber should be a reflection of the student body itself. Diverse, passionate, sometimes divided, but always united by the shared commitment to make the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater a stronger, more inclusive, more supportive home for every Warhawk. This year will not be easy. There will be late nights and long debates. There will be moments when we disagree strongly with one another, and that is okay. Disagreement is not a weakness, it is a sign of democracy at work. What matters is that in this room, we treat one another with respect, and we listen as carefully as we speak. This chamber will ripple far beyond these walls. Our words will touch students who may never even have attended a Senate meeting, but who deserve a campus where their vote and their needs are met and their voices are valued. I ask you to think about these students when you take your seat here. Think about the first-year student who is still trying to find a sense of belonging. Think about the student working 2 jobs while balancing classes who wonders if anyone cares just how difficult it is. Think about the student leader who is stretched thin but keeps going because they love this community. Think about the graduate preparing to leave Whitewater who wants nothing more than to know that this institution is stronger because they were a part of it. All while remembering those students we have lost since I gave my welcome address last year. Each of these students is depending on us, depending on you, even if they never know your name. I am confident in this Senate because I see the potential sitting in front of me tonight. I see the potential sitting in front of me tonight. That's you. Each of you brings a unique perspective, a unique voice, and a unique story. Those differences are not obstacles, they are our greatest strength. Together, we can make this year one defined by bold ideas, honest conversations, and meaningful results. Vice President Boehm and I are committed to supporting you every step of the way. Our door will always be figuratively open. We are not just here to lead, we are here to listen, to collaborate, and to stand beside you as our partners in this work. So let us begin this year with courage, with humility, and with resolve. Let us not shy away from the difficult conversations or take for granted the moments of celebration. Let us remember that every action we take in this chamber should echo the values of service, integrity, and community that define what it means to be a Warhawk. The story of this Senate has not yet been written. Each of you hold your own custom pen. Figuratively, of course. We don't have that kind of budget. And together we can author a year that future students will look back on with pride as a time when leaders chose to rise to the occasion, when collaboration triumphed over division, and when the voices of students rang louder than ever before. Vice President Boehm and I are honored to walk this road with you. And now let us get to work and let's make history together. God bless you, and I yield to questions.
Congratulations, you've heard your first officer report for some of you. Now we move into questions. Does anybody have any questions for President Bradley, parliamentarian?
Over the summer, you began a process of consultation for the goals of the org going forward. Do you have a timeline for when you expect those goals to be finalized?
You can expect a campus-wide email going out tomorrow, welcoming our students and congratulating them on completing a week. In that email will be that form. We have not set a timeline yet. We have an idea of what some of the priorities might be just based off recent conversations. But let's follow up after the meeting and it's likely going to be more of a specific number of responses rather than a timeline.
Any other questions, Vice President?
I just want to add to that, looking to get as much student feedback as possible. Right now we're seeing that 100+ responses, and Doug said we'll have that sent out in an email to the student body. So I'm looking to hear everybody's voice on that.
I have a question. If I wanted to access that form, say I was new in the room, how would I do that?
You can check your email tomorrow and email the student body.
Any other questions for President Bradley? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, with that we are on the report of our Vice President, who normally does not have the distinct pleasure of sitting next to me, but might I say his aroma is nice and his report starts now.
Awesome. As Speaker Wilson mentioned, I am Vice President Boehm. That's someone calling me. Outside of the room, you can call me Parker. But with an address to follow, I will use the microphone now.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me better?
Yes.
Awesome. Excellent. So with that, normally our officer reports will go a little something like stuff we did last week and things that we're going to be working on for this week. So last week / over the summer, I had the privilege to meet with Congressman Fitzgerald's staffers. I had the privilege to chat with them and tell them a little more about campus life and our Whitewater community. I met with our academic affairs team. We started the extensive NELT process last week, and we also had cabinet training. So not a ton over the summer / last week, because I got married this summer as well. So this week now, I'll be working on some office organization / cleaning. For those of you in the room who are not aware, as Vice President, one of my roles is office management. So if you have any comments, questions, concerns regarding the office, I'm your guy. So in addition to that, something I also do is make binders and placards for you. For those of you who do not know, this is a placard, as you've seen in the meeting today. You'll raise it up if you have a question, comment, concern. For the binders, that has several different documents of information that will be useful to you.
in and outside these Senate meetings. As you can see, Speaker Wilson has a lovely binder right here. Might not be as fancy or as loaded as that one, but I'm sure with your tenure here in the Senate, you'll get as big as that one. So after that, we have cabinet meeting, which will meet on Wednesdays. I will be attending a BSU meeting tomorrow at 5 p.m. They've invited us over to join. For those of you who do not know what BSU is, it stands for Black Student Union. Once again, if you're interested in that, please come see me after. I'll be joining them. It'll be a great time. Director Smith, you have something to add on that? Excellent. Director Smith will also be joining us on that. We have more NOUT meetings as of this week. And last but not least, the biggest thing for this week, I would say, is the involvement fair. By show of hands, does anybody know what time and what day that is? Okay, so only a handful of us. For those of you who don't know, that's going to be this Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. We have a table reserved with directors that will be staffing the table for a good chunk of the time, but we can't do that without your help. So I'm going to be passing around a clipboard around here soon. So right here, I have a placards and binder sheet right here. Please write your first and last name, your pronouns, I can see what else I have on there, what district you are, and then if you need a placard and or a binder, please put an X in that column. If you were appointed tonight as a senator, please also fill these forms out as well. And then if you want to lift that sheet up, excellent. Right below here is the involvement fair sign up. I would highly encourage every senator to sign up for this. Even if you aren't a senator, feel free, come talk to me after and we can get you connected. So with that, we'll pass this around with a pen and I will leave it to any questions, comments, concerns.
There's a question over there? Yeah.
Hey, nah, I'll do it later.
Okay, never mind.
If I was a student who was elected this evening and is still present, would you like them, pending the approval of their signatures, but to already be on your list for things that you need?
Yes, please.
People in the gallery, make sure you sign in if you were elected.
Deputy Speaker Chair.
What if I'm new and don't have office access? Who do I talk to?
That would be also me. Office access will be a thing for next week, so come see me next week.
Is it true that if the table is fully staffed at the involvement fair, you can do some reverse tabling so that we can get to know other organizations better and let folks know about the purpose we serve?
That is also true. President Bradley and I will also be reverse tabling throughout the whole involvement fair, looking to get some connections, in addition to our Speaker Wilson.
Is it true that in the questions section of our little Senate meeting portion here, you should be phrasing things as a question and not making statements about anything? Is that true, Parkerman?
That is true.
Senator Purnell.
If we are a senator who was a senator last semester and turned in their binder, would you like us to mark that we need a new binder?
Yes, please.
Any other questions for the Vice President? Going once? Going twice? Seeing none. With that, we are on to the report of our WSG advisor, Jan Bilgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Greetings, everyone. My name is Jan Bogan. I use she, they pronouns, and I am the honored advisor of Whitewater Student Government. Love that I get to do that as part of my job. So what does that mean? It means that I'm the person that provides the continuity from one administration to another. I serve as an advisor to the executives and the executive board folks, help them take problems and take them apart, fix them, and put them back together again. So I'm not here to tell you how to vote, I'm just here to tell you how to vote, which means I'm a procedural person, I'm not an opinion person, so yeah. Sorry about being weird. I want to challenge you, for those of you who will be voting senators next week, is that your job in this room and outside of this room is to formulate an opinion. Hopefully you can formulate that opinion with the information that's provided to you, but you shouldn't count on that, right? You need to do your own research. And so what I'm going to say is that there's a person or people that aren't being represented currently as fully as they could be because we have open Senate seats and we'll have them next week, which is fabulous and all that. But you should be formulating an opinion for every person who stands up here, and you should have a definitive decision or reason why you wouldn't vote for them. And so I would encourage you to do that. Sorry, that's my mommy moment for the evening. The other piece that I would really like for you to do right now is take out a pen and write down October 3rd. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. October 3rd will be our required retreat for every member of both the SUFAC committee, our friends at RSGA, and glad to see you here, Annie. Thank you for being here. Our president of RSGA is with us this evening, and the SUFAC committee. So everybody who has anything to do with student shared governance will be trained on that afternoon. Mark your calendar, 12:30, please. We'll give you more details soon. Yes.
Start time.
12:30 is what I said. I believed it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1, but there was a conversation that was kind of wacky. So just mark off the afternoon. How about that? We'll give you a definitive time next week. I don't have my folder with me, so I don't remember, because we talked about 3 as well, so it's in the afternoon. Some of the things that we'll be covering at that meeting will require folks from UW System to be part of our facilitators that day, and so really the only excuse should be an academic conflict. Did you find the notes? Or you can include it in your report. Also, is there anyone in this room that is looking for an on-campus job? Great. The University Center is hiring. We have 14 open positions. If you go to tinyurl.com/join-the-UC, letter U, letter C, you'll see all our applications that are open, or they're also on Handshake. If you don't want to work for the UC, I'm not quite sure why, but in case you don't want to work for the UC, there is a student employment fair tomorrow in the ballroom from 11 to 2. So please, if you need help finding a position, obviously shameless plug for the UC there, but I want to make sure that every student has a job on campus if that's what they would like to have. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield to questions.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it true that after reviewing notes, it's 1 to 5:30?
It is absolutely true. So you would want to be there by 12:45 because you wouldn't want to be late.
Not late.
Yes, 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Any other questions for our advisor? Going once?
I have a question. Is it true that my office is in student activities and involvement, and you are all welcome to either email me or put yourself on my Outlook calendar at any point in time? My email is Bilgen, BILGEN, the letter J. Please chat with me anytime.
All right, wonderful. With that, we will move on to keyboard reports, starting with the report of our Director of Academic Affairs, Abby Rice.
Hi everyone, I hope you all had an amazing summer. So I am the Director of Academic Affairs. This is my 3rd year in the role, so I'm very excited to be back. So for those of you that don't know what my role entails, if there's a student concern that's related to academics, then both me and Olivia are your go-to people who will try to help you get that concern addressed. So some updates from the summer and last week. So over the summer, I attended the Advising Strategic Action Plan meeting. With that, some of the goals for this year include STELIC, which I'll get to in a minute, a common and consistent advisor onboarding process, exploring Navigate Quick Questions, which is a feature within Navigate that is going to be useful for advising training and retention, and then creating an advisor assessment, and then reviewing student advising assessment questions from last year's data. And then I also met with the interim director of career services, Jessica Stein. That strategic plan is complete. And then STELIC, student messaging meeting, I also was at that. So for those of you that don't know, and just a little bit of an update. So STELIC is the new degree auditing, registration, and planning tool that is going to be replacing the AAR. So advising happens within WINS, that's where the AAR is housed. STELIC will also be integrated into WINS, but WINS will not be disappearing. So I know around advising in time, everyone says they go into wins, and that is correct, but wins is still going to be there because transcripts, grades, all that happens in wins. And then I also attended the General Education Transferability Update meeting, so a little bit about that. There are some changes that are going to be coming with Gen Eds, and these have been mandated by the legislators. So currently, our Gen Ed structures that we have 45 credits of Gen Eds and university requirements. But with this new change, it is going to be bumped down to 36 credits. And the whole purpose with this is to address concerns that legislators have heard that some students that have transferred, say from Oshkosh, their credits have not transferred to other universities. So the purpose of this is to ensure that every Gen Ed at every university in our system will transfer. So that is that purpose, and that is going to be in effect next fall. So we have a year to get that work done. Okay, and then I also attended the SUFAC meeting, first one of the semester, so that's exciting. And then this week, we have some meetings with the deans, and then a meeting with Provost Robin Fox, and then some discussions about a withdrawal process. I will be tabling at the involvement fair, and then we are beginning NALT. So, long report, one last reminder, tomorrow is the last day to add a class. So if you need to add a class, please be sure to do that. And then next week is the last day to drop a class. If you need any help with doing that, feel free to ask me or Olivia. We are always happy to help. So with that, I yield to any questions.
Is it true that you can drop a class after that day just without a W?
Yeah, so it would be, yeah. So if you drop it before this 15th, you won't have a W, but then there are some like logistics that can happen if you do it after, so do it before.
Who should I talk to if I need help navigating it?
Your advisor. Wonderful. Yes.
This is more of a kind of what if question.
From the gallery, sir. Go ahead.
So, I mean, I never seem to have this problem, but what if it comes down to before testing time when all the tutors are more hammered in, or like the student advising council is pretty much getting more hammered? Be like, take for example October when the school year starts to pick up. How are you going to handle demand for academic advising and career success for students who need a rush on getting their grades?
Yeah, so are you talking specifically about students registering for classes or needing academic study help?
Academic study help and also academic assignment rigor too.
Mm-hmm. So if you are struggling to find time with a tutor, please come to me or Olivia and we will help you get in contact with the right people. Your professors do have office hours that they're always available for, and that is listed on their syllabus. Besides that, we have in some of the colleges like Kobe, there are extra tutoring services, like accounting has that, as well as finance. So if you have that issue, please come to us and we'll be sure to help you.
And also, can I help advise other students on that too?
Oh, for sure, yes, absolutely, that'd be great.
Any other questions for our director? Okay, for once, RC president.
Does the credit requirement being reduced apply to all of the UW system colleges or just UW?
Yes, so it's all of them, and if one college doesn't do it, I forgot to mention that we are going to be getting $2 to $3 million from doing this. So that is the incentive for every single college to do it. If one doesn't do it, we aren't going to be able to get that money.
Follow-up question. Is there a plan for what you're going to do with that money?
Yes, so we are going to be using that money for extra, which I actually don't want to totally speak on that yet because some of that has not been cleared to be spoken about. So it's about to, but don't want to disclose that yet.
You're unable to share at this time.
Any other questions? Going once, Going twice, seeing none. With that, we are on to the report of our Associate Director of Academic Affairs, Olivia Gross.
Hello, everyone. As Isaiah just said, my name is Olivia Gross, and I'm the Associate Director for Academic Affairs. My report is a little smaller. So this summer and a little bit of it last week, I attended the Academic Advising Strategic Plan Retreat. So with that, we were kind of looking over their strategic plan and also NACADA core competencies. So NACADA is the National Academic Advising Association. So we're looking at their core competencies, looking at what we had for our advisor core competencies, and trying to merge between the two. So I believe we kind of have in place a pretty good strategic plan for this upcoming school year, so that's exciting. I also attended eBoard training, which I think went pretty well. And then, again, working on that campus-wide advising model, making sure everything is more unified and that advisors in arts and comm are saying the same thing as advisors in letters and sciences. And then I accidentally put them in for last week. I meant to put them in for this week with the meeting with Mike Dugan and Robin Fox. And I yield to questions.
Any questions for our Associate Director of Academic Affairs? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, with that, we will move on to the report of our Director of Student Affairs, Oren Smith.
Hey y'all, you know me, I'm busy. I'm going to try to keep this quick for you all. My name is Oren, I use he, they, or they pronouns, and I'm a first-year graduate student in the Higher Education Leadership Program. I served as a senator for 2 years. Last year I was Director of Intergovernmental Affairs, and this year I'm excited to kick off the year as your Director of Student Affairs. Any questions, always reach out to me. This summer, you can read most of that in the packet that was sent to your emails, but the biggest things are that Director Kelleher and I have started work on the housing fair and have started to schedule some of our introductory meetings with all of the different departments that we meet with across campus. Now what? I know a lot of people have already reached out to me with their ideas and visions for what Student Affairs can do this year. Much of our Student Affairs plan will actually be dependent on what our senators want to tackle, but when we have a committee, we will talk about that as a committee. What you can expect to see from Student Affairs this year is that Director Keller and I are going to maintain a similar level of knowledge about all of the Student Affairs issues that we talk about. So feel free, no matter which one of us is doing those external meetings, to reach out to either of us for information. We will continue clear, consistent, and transparent communication about ongoing Student Affairs projects, committees, and concerns, and hopefully come up with some engaging and relevant projects and programs. My last thing that I want to add is today's Student Affairs fact, which I will be adding to my reports. Who here has heard of the term the red zone? Okay, not all of you. This is a term that refers to the time period between the start of the semester and Thanksgiving break around. This is the time across all college campuses that domestic and relationship violence and sexual misconduct numbers spike significantly. This is common across the vast majority of college campuses, but if you see reports coming out, the most important thing to remember is to take care of one another. Be mindful of campus resources for those who may need them, which are easily findable on Connect2 and uww.edu/dean-of-students. And make sure to prioritize your community's well-being and safety. Reach out if you need anything, and if you see something, say something. Yield to questions.
Any questions for our Director of Student Affairs? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, that we're on the report of our Associate Director of Student Affairs, Gavin Townsend. Welcome.
Hello all. I hope you had a great summer. I'm Gavin Keller. I'm the Associate Director of Student Affairs. I'm a sophomore here at UW-Whitewater and a legal studies major. And last year I was a senator. This summer / last week, I worked with Director Smith to workshop how student affairs will look moving forward, as well as started working on the housing fair and drafting an invite letter to some landlords. I worked with Director Smith to schedule and plan 2-on-1 meetings with administrators. We've already met with Dale Paninzo, and we had a few more today. I collaborated with Speaker Wilson to discuss the makeup of our future Student Affairs Committee, and met with Parliamentarian Irwin to discuss some ledge. Moving forward, we will continue these 2-on-1s with administrators as we begin to divvy up our focuses. As my co-director said earlier, the Student Affairs agenda will largely revolve around what our senators feel is important, So I'm excited to get together with those people to workshop that plan as a committee. We are intent on building and engaging back and forth between senators and ourselves to create projects that can best benefit the student body. I hope we all have a great year. Go Hawks. I yield to any questions.
Go Hawks. Any questions for Associate Director of Student Affairs? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our Director of Communications, Paige Lemon.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful summer and your first week back at classes went smoothly. Once again, my name is Paige Lemon. I'm the Director of Communications. This summer, I just designed posts for the Instagram page as well as brainstorm ideas for our platforms with the goal of being able to grow our follower base on TikTok this semester. This week, I will be having a meeting with advisor Bill again, which I'm really excited for, as well as brainstorming clothing ideas. And with that, I will be creating a Google form sheet that I'll be sending out sometime this week. This will give you the chance to vote on specific clothing items and provide input on the price ranges you would like to see. Other than that, I yield to any questions.
Any questions for our Director of Communications, Paige Lemon? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, with that, we're on the report of our Senate parliamentarian, Licker.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I would like to discuss outreach changes as I have once again completely overhauled them. Thank you. To begin with, what outreach events are for those of you who are new or may not remember. Outreach events are one of the mandatory things that a senator must complete. There are 3 outreach events each semester with the goal of connecting senators to the student body. And they are, I believe, the most crucial role that I play is overseeing them and deciding what form they take. Whitewater student government effectively serves as a bridge between the administration of the university and the students. In order to fulfill that role, we must have a complete and comprehensive understanding of what the student perspective is. Not just our own, the individual perspectives that we bring to the room, those are of course important, but as near as we can get to a complete perspective of the student body. To help achieve that, I have outlined 3 different options for you to complete your outreach events this semester. The first option builds off of the forum outreach events took last time, which is 15 in-depth conversations this semester. That will be 5 individual conversations with a student. Important changes are that the student you speak with will no longer be asked to fill out a form as they were last semester. It was my opinion from all the evidence I gathered that created something of a block to a natural, organic conversation and a relationship being built between this senator and their constituent. Instead, the senator will be asked to complete the form and submit it to myself. There will be Google Forms placed, Google QR codes placed in the office tomorrow, both hung up and individual ones, small ones, that you can carry around with you. The form asks just a couple questions: the name of the student you spoke with, your own name, where you met them and how the conversation was initiated, what you spoke about with them, any action you plan to take as a result of your conversation, and finally an area for any additional information you feel you should provide, as well as comments for myself. The second option is speaking with a unique constituency. There are a great number of groups on campus who face unique challenges or possess unique opportunities. And I believe it is a worthwhile experience for senators to reach out specifically to them to help solve those issues. You are responsible for making contact with this group and setting up the meeting, but if you would like assistance, you merely need to let me know, and I do need to approve the constituency you want to speak with. Uniqueness may be based on identity or a issue. So for example, we've already heard about it today, students in Wells living in lobbies for the semester. That is a group of students, many of them who are facing very unique challenges, which the rest of the campus isn't. That would be an excellent group to perform an outreach event with. The third option will be issue days. Now these arose from a couple of sources. The first being a conversation I had with Senator Whedon, where she told me that outreach events need to be something where we draw people to us, not only where we go out to meet them. Therefore, this semester there will be 4 issue days held. These days will be where a number of senators work together to advertise a hearing on a specific issue on campus, where we try to get students to come to us and tell us about how this issue has impacted them, as well as any ideas they might want to pursue for how to fix it. I've already decided on 3 of the issues for this semester. The recent tuition increase, which you will be hearing a great deal more about very shortly, which will take place in September. Parking will take place in October. There will be a second issue day in October for dining. The 4th one I have left empty in order to respond to any situations which may arise over the course of the semester. If you have any ideas for the 4th issue day that you'd like to suggest to me, feel free. And if you would like to participate in one of the issue days, please reach out. There will be 1 outreach event due by the end of each month. So 1 due by the end of this current month, September, 1 due by the end of October, and 1 due by the end of November. For all of you new senators, you will be expected to complete all 3 outreach events. However, you will get a 1-week extension on the first one. Right, on to increased outreach to students. This elaborates on my previous theme of communication with the student body. So I will be working to implement an idea I have long held. It's very simple, and that is placing flyers like this one in public spaces like the academic halls, the UC, and dormitories. I have already spoken to a complex director who indicated that he might be open to the idea. This is a draft I have created, so as you can see it says issue concern or have an idea for campus, contact us, we're here to serve, and then a QR code. My hope is that this will not only raise the awareness of WSG, particularly that we are here to respond to student issues and concerns if they have them, as well as generate ideas for senators to pursue. Every submission to this form, it is a Google form under that I will operate. Every submission will be put onto a Google Doc that will be placed in the Senate shared drive for senators' perusal. Next up is the training seminar. Over the summer, I spoke with former Speaker Emeritus Justin Westlock, former Speaker Emeritus Charlie Kennedy, I believe his name is. Cuddy, thank you. Charlie Cuddy. Thank you. Student Affairs Director Orrin Smith, and just today, Director of Academic Affairs Abby Reiser. These are 4 of the most productive members of the organization we have now and have had in recent years. Director Reiser, for example, completed several excellent projects in regards to reform to career advisors, as well as passing the unexcused absence policy, which codified a university-wide absence policy. Current Student Affairs Director Smith, who, as you heard recently, has worn many hats over their time in the org, including Deputy Speaker, which they left out, has 2 of their most important accomplishments include reviving the Warhawk Vote Committee, a group dedicated to getting the student vote out at every election, and working on the Sexual Assault Awareness Prevention Month. both of which saw terrific success and very successful campaigns. Speaker Emeritus, or Emeriti, Charlie and Justin. For those of you who don't know, the highest honor the organization can bestow is the title of Emeritus, and both of them earned it for their significant legislative accomplishments. Justin Westlock, of course, passed the Student Life Advancement Act, which made several services at the university paid for by the community rather than individual, which wildly expanded their use. And Charlie who one of their most significant accomplishments was overseeing the merger between UW-Whitewater and Rock County, helping to oversee. Of course, so these four individuals that I've just outlined are enormously productive, and I feel that we have had an issue with productivity in this org for at least the last 2 years. So, a seminar will be organized by the 5 of us, led by the 4 of them, with the goal of teaching senators how to actually get things done, how to turn their ideas into a reality. And I hope that you will all be able to attend. We all have a great deal to learn from these 4 individuals, and hopefully this will provide us a framework to work within to actually get a few things done this semester. Next up is Robert's Rules of Order microdosing. Yes. So, over the past semester, I've served as parliamentarian. Every time I try to speak about parliamentary procedure or Robert's Rules of Order, I encountered an issue in that I always tried to introduce too much. I would try to run through all the different types of motions you could make in the day, or all the different procedures that WSG had to follow, and this sadly led to a large number of issues, motions being made improperly. I do take some of the blame for abstentions. I mentioned that in one of my reports and did not adequately explain how it is only meant to be used for financial gain. However, I still do have a responsibility to educate the Senate about parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order. So, I will instead be microdosing, introducing small little lessons about Robert's Rules of Order. Today's lesson is that we are not supposed to address each other. Any and all comments and questions said during a Senate meeting are to be directed to the illustrious chair right there.
Oh my God.
That's awesome at first, very exciting. So, for example, I began my speech, Mr. Speaker. If you have a question, you would say, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if, for example, the Student Affairs Director could elaborate on their points, whatever that may be. This is for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it provides a sense of decorum to the chamber. It also helps to keep things from getting too personal. If you're not directing your comments at a person, but rather a speaker, it helps everyone keep a cooler mind. So you can expect more microdosing in the future. Vague musings on democracy. It is unfortunate, I feel, that every election cycle, the Senate garners very few votes. And this comes back to my point about us needing to be representative of the students we serve. And I do think that the limited number of votes we receive is a problem. And more than that, it somewhat undermines our credibility as representatives. I have had at least one member of faculty in my time here doubt, at least one, many others have had many others, has had us doubt the legitimacy of WSG to speak on behalf of the students. Now, of course, that right should not be questioned. We are elected no matter how few votes we have, and more than that, we are statutorily invested with the power to represent students. Nevertheless, more votes is always a good thing. So, I will not only be hosting an additional seminar, 2 in 1 semester, on how to campaign after the deadline for registering as a candidate. I will also be working on a plan to better advertise the election with the PR committee, as well as working on an idea I have for how we might inform voters day of at the polls of their options and what each senator stands for. And I do apologize moving back a little bit. I will be bringing this to PR committee as one of its primary purposes is our public perception, to get their comments and critiques on it, and after that we'll most likely be advancing legislation to make it a official policy so that I can hang it up as a flyer of the club, as there are of course club specific spaces across the university. Next, the need to produce externally facing legislation. This is something very dear to my heart, which has bothered me for a great deal of time, and that is that over the past year in particular, WSG has become a very internally facing organization. We look at resolutions for other members of the org and internal standing rules changes, and not a great deal of other content. This is not great. The e-board has continued to face externally and work on external issues, and it's time, quite frankly, for the Senate to join them. Now, I do recognize that I have been a part of this issue, particularly in regards to debate over the standing rules, which is why I hope to help spur the Senate into more externally facing legislation so we can do what we properly came here to do and enact change on this campus. Now, this doesn't just have to be policy legislation. It can also be, like we saw today, externally facing resolutions congratulating members of our constituents who achieve something great. I believe that is a vital purpose. The important thing is that they are from outside the org. So policy aimed at outside the org, resolutions aimed at outside of the org. I think that is something the Senate needs to commit to and work hard on. And finally, at last, I'd just like to go over the role of the parliamentarian very briefly. I have two main functions. The first is to oversee and administer outreach events. So if you have any questions about those at any time or require any assistance in them, I am always pleased to help. Outreach events are vital, and I will do whatever I need to ensure that you complete them and complete them successfully. Secondly, I am here to be an authority on the standing rules, Constitution, and Robert's Rules of Order. Now, usually that role manifests in the form of advising our speaker, as you saw several times tonight already, particularly in the elections. However, I am also here for all of you. So if you have questions about the standing rules, Constitution, Robert's Rules of Order, if you just like to sit down and talk through them, I am here for you and happy to do that. And now, Mr. Speaker, I yield to questions.
Do we have any questions for the parliamentarian? I'll start with Advisor Wilk.
If I may, Mr. Speaker, two questions. I believe that you meant to say lounges, not lobbies. That there are no students living in lobbies. They're living in lounges which have locking doors.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Lounges.
Just making sure. And then I'm hopeful that all of the plans and all the outreach detail that you shared with us this evening will be available via email to everyone on the board, so we can help folks do what you're asking them to do.
To clarify
Do you have a handout?
Yeah, there will be an org-wide email. I do apologize. I thought my agenda or my report would be distributed. I didn't realize the agendas wouldn't include them today.
Okay.
But I will send out a org-wide email.
Thank you.
With the information, new requirements.
Senator Carter.
So your second option says speaking with a unique constituent. You might want to, in my personal opinion, Mr. Parliamentarian, you might want to dive deeper into that, because folks could think of unique, we're all unique in our own way, so they could just talk to their friends, and they're like, oh, I talked to a unique,
Senator Carter, could you do your best to phrase this in the form of a question?
Yeah, so what are you trying to ask us?
Yes, well, the first important thing to remember is that it's a unique constituency. So it is a group of students whose either struggles or characteristics are divergent enough from the rest of campus that they represent a unique constituency. As I said, that is why I put in the requirement to clear each unique constituency with me before the outreach event, because this is a new idea and I don't know all the possibilities, but a couple could be, like I said, students facing a unique and challenging housing situation. It could be students employed by the university who of course have a unique relationship with the university. It could be sports athletes facing new fees to join their teams and to try out for them. So there are any number of unique constituencies out there, and I look forward to working with individual senators to figure out which ones their time would best be served speaking with.
Mr. Parliamentarian, can I ask for your advice?
Of course.
As the chair of the body, how do I address the chair of the body while asking you a question?
Well, you don't have to. You may address people. Though that is a good reminder, thank you. I have not been addressing the speaker, and neither has anyone else. And even questions, Mr. Speaker, are supposed to be addressed to the chair of the committee. So, for example, Advisor Billigan, if I might use your question as an example. Mr. Speaker, will the parliamentarian be providing this information in written form to the members of the board? Would be an example of how to phrase a question to the speaker. Of course, you don't respond, I do still, but.
Well, wonderful. In that case, how are you quantifying uniqueness? Like, is it just kind of based on your discretion when senators ask, is this a unique constituency? How are you like?
It is to a degree, Mr. Speaker. Basically, what I'm looking for is a group of people who are facing a unique challenge. And I know it's a broad definition. It's meant to be. One of these discussions I had with senators about the last outreach event was that it did not include enough possible variation in the possibilities that they could pursue. So I have adjusted it so that, because the only goal is to get senators to speak with their constituents. So I have adjusted the events to meet that goal. So unique, I wrote in my report, it can be defined by issue or by identity. So if you can identify a group with a unique identity from the rest of campus or a unique issue from the rest of campus, they may count as a unique constituency.
Wonderful. Deputy Speaker, Chief.
Mr. Speaker, are you able to ask the parliamentarian? I feel that the definition he's laid out is pretty vague. Are you able to ask the definition? If you can type up that definition, maybe make it clearer what he's asking for so people don't do the wrong thing.
No. The event, as I said, is meant to have a wide degree of individuality and variation. It's largely meant to help senators complete the outreach event by investigating something which is of personal interest to them. So if there is an issue on campus that affects a certain people that they have a strong interest in, or an identity that they feel is not being firmly represented, then they may ask if that identifies as a unique constituency and pursues that. As for doing something wrong, as I have said a number of times now, each unique constituency must be approved by myself before it counts as an outreach event.
I'd like to address the way in which I call on folks. So my question calling on style has always proceeded as such. Senators serving on the body first, then our invited guests, with the usual exception for our advisor, as normally the information that is divulged is pretty important and like immediately relevant, and then folks in the gallery, if at all. But I've seen you, and I will probably call on you. Senator Brzezinski.
Mr. Speaker, when could I expect to see the standing requirements, or when can the senators expect to see the standing requirements, updated standing requirements with that new information?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure what the question is.
My best understanding of the question is, do you plan on updating the standing rules to reflect any of these changes?
Oh, I see. No, Mr. Speaker, outreach events and what form they take are at the sole discretion of the parliamentarian. Oh, no, not sole discretion, actually, I believe you have the say.
Yes.
But these will be the, are quite small, I don't know how to interpret it. But these will be the outreach events going forward, and no change to the standing rules are needed. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I would not attempt to codify the outreach events, as I believe they are a versatile tool which should change with the parliamentarian and with the composition of the Senate and situation on campus. So I would like to preserve that fluidity in them.
Vice President, is that just a remaining?
Oh, my apologies.
Deputy Speaker Patrice.
Are you able, Mr. Speaker, to direct the parliamentarian to create a nice little write-up or like one-page sheet of the requirements, the dates, any useful information that is pertinent to completing outreach events for the semester
I am
that is able for distribution?
I am able to do that. I'll probably have a conversation with the parliamentarian after this about distributing that via email.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick comment. Questions, despite being addressed to you, are still for me, or whoever the question is addressed to. And I will say that, as I already said, there will be a org-wide email coming out, and I can produce a form for this to place into the shared drive.
I would just encourage the body to remember that Robert's Rules of Order are made to make procedures and processes move quickly and thoroughly, so all of the parts of it can be examined. And if we get too hung up on the what is absolutely correct if you look at the thing, but we made at the book, sorry, I just hit the book, that it will deter people's conversations and questions. So my advice to the body is do your best to do as it's asked. If for some reason someone determines you being out of order or improperly formulating the question, the speaker will tell you such. And that you should just move forward, doing your best, but having the conversations to seek the information that you need and to share your opinion.
Mr. Speaker, the, I guess, approval of what qualifies as the secondary option, is that going to be passed on to the next parliamentarian when that position opens?
Outreach events, as I said, are determined by the current parliamentarian. So the next parliamentarian will be free to scrap all three options, keep them, change them, whatever they want, really.
You, sir, from the gallery.
Are you going to, when would be a good time to review the Constitution and Robert's Rules of Order because I'm a legal studies major in poli-sci, and I'd like to have a better understanding for that.
I would ask if you know how to use a Outlook calendar.
Yep.
Excellent. My name is Blake Irwin, BLAKE-ERWIN. You can find it on the agenda as well. Just find my Outlook calendar and feel free to send a meeting request for whenever I have a open window. And that goes, of course, for everyone in the room and your friends. And I'm an early bird and a night owl both at once, so feel free to really go for whatever time suits you.
I have a question. Mr. Parliamentarian, so this training seminar that you're intending on not conducting but planning, and that will have, I believe you said, Director Reiser, Director Smith, as well as two maritime members of the organization running it. Is there any agenda or dates or information that you could pass along to us about that?
I have just recently got an agreement from all four of the people. I began with this thought process of thinking who would have the best lessons for the people in the org. I have just recently got an agreement from all four of them. Later tonight, most likely, I'll be sending out an email to set up a preliminary meeting with them, where hopefully we'll be able to nail down some details of this seminar, and hopefully I will have a more details for you next semester, or next week, I'm so sorry, next week.
Does it follow up. Does it seem as though, you said that you're planning on allowing them to run it? Does that mean that you're only gonna be in charge of like dates and agenda setting, or are you gonna play a large role behind the scenes and just not run it?
I would like to be someone who people have lessons from. However, I do not think my record is nearly equal to any of the 4 people. So I will participate in the organization and coordination of the seminar, and then I will eagerly participate in it to learn all that I can from them.
And the names one more time, just so I'm familiar?
Director of Academic Affairs, Abby Reiser. Director of Student Affairs, Orrin Smith. Speaker Emeritus, Justin Westluck. And Speaker Emeritus, Charles Cuddy. Thank you.
Charles E. Cuddy. Charles E. Cuddy Jr. Wonderful, thank you very much. With that, we will move on to report our Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Nicholas A. Petrakis.
Happy Monday. I hope I have a little shorter one today. I just want to introduce you all to myself. My name is Nick. This is my second semester as Deputy Speaker. I used to serve as parliamentarian last semester. Semester before that, sorry. I'm also the longest serving senator. I've been here since fall 2022. I've held a couple of roles across campus. That's in the packet, if you have that. Good questions, talk to me. But what I do as Deputy Speaker is I track attendance, right? So I make sure everyone's here in their spots. If you cannot make a meeting, just a reminder, email the WSG deputy. Let me know. I also oversee office hour rotations, which we'll get to in a second. I notify you of unexcused absences, so if you miss something and don't let me know, you've been unexcused absence. If you have questions about that, please ask. I also oversee a WSG share drive, which has a bunch of resources that you can explore. I'll let you all explore on your own. I also run Senate meetings in absence of our lovely speaker here. Sometimes you have to go present something, or we'll take a step out, and then where I step in. Over summer, I reworked some internal processes. So there's a new office hour collection form. There's QR codes up in the office. There's also a new committee report system. So when you do your external committee reports, there's a QR code in the office. There's also a link below if you don't want to scan a QR code. You just go to Connect to form, type that in. It's automatically sent to the speaker and the clerk. That way you don't have to email them, they don't have to track you down to get the minutes and all that stuff. We'll automatically go to them. Also worked on some various legislation, big picture plans. I created the Deputy Speaker transition binder. I did some more work on my parliamentarian one. Office hour started again this week. So what an office hour is we as a body or as an organization have an office. If you don't know where it is, as UC 140, it's in this building downstairs. Again, ask if you, I'm sure there will be a train of people going down there after the meeting. So if you want to follow them, and we'll find out where that is. But you must spend 1 hour in the office during our office hours. So open hours, which is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. It doesn't have to be continuous. You can do a half hour one day, 40 minutes the next, whenever you have time. The door is expected to be open, and right. So if a student walks in, you can be able to direct them, right? Typically, it's directing them to one of the members of the executive board. They're subject matter experts. So if they have a concern with one of their classes, you can direct them to one or two academic affairs directors. If they're concerned about dining, you can direct them to the director of student affairs. If they're not there, there's business cards for them outside the office. If you don't know where to go, president and vice president are excellent resources at diverting. They're also great resources just in general on a lot of stuff. And if it's anything Senate related, typically one of the three of us is always in there. But we're also just great resources. Everything, all of us. Time is yours to do whatever you want. If you want to go TikTok for an hour, I don't really care. Just gotta be in there. Just getting the QR code. Yeah. Are you any questions?
Any questions for the Deputy Speaker? Senator Brown.
Mr. Speaker, is the committee form supposed to be filled out before or after we go to our episode?
After. So you go, and then you just type in like the notes, when the meeting was, what committee. If you have an agenda or minutes, sometimes I send them out, sometimes I don't. and then it gets sent to the speaker in the questions.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, or during, if you're there, if that makes sense to take some
Yeah, you
notes.
could take some notes. You got paper in the office, I think, if you want to take notes and then type them up later, or.
Mr. President?
Mr. Speaker, is it true that the new form designed by the Deputy Speaker is based off of a retired form that was used for literal decades for tracking our organization's external committee reports and has blessed us with records of all those meetings?
I received a lovely gift from our president at the end of last semester that I converted into a new form, and then I converted that into a Connect 2 form to keep track of all that. So.
Senator Wheaton?
Mr. Speaker, is the intent of this form to log our reports, so when we give them, it's what we submit is what we're saying when we give the reports, so there's documentation of the reports for minute purposes and things like that?
The intent is to, yes. Type down what you're planning on saying, or just notes. And then it is, the clerk doesn't have to track you down, they ask for that, which is really the important thing. And also the speaker then knows, so they can put it on the agenda.
Wonderful.
From the gallery?
Mr. Speaker, do office hours apply to the newly appointed senators today, or elected senators today, or does that start the following week?
After you take your oath of office next year.
Thank you.
But everyone at the table, you get that.
Any other questions for the Deputy Speaker? Yes, sir, from
Will
the
I
gallery?
still have elections again next week?
Every agenda that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, every agenda that gets sent out by myself includes any vacant seats that are available. So, yes, and yes for all following meetings as well. Any other questions for the Deputy Speaker? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Mr. Deputy Speaker, do you have a question for yourself?
I just want to remind you all, you should read the clerk's report. It's right between Director Lindman and Senator-elect Irwin's reports. Right between the two of them.
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into my report. I'm going to try to keep it nice and short for y'all. Thank you for being around at this juncture. I like to say we don't normally go this long, but a few times every semester we do touch 10 o'clock, so congratulations. My name is Isaiah Wilson. I'm the Speaker of the Senate. I have served as the Speaker of the Senate. This is the beginning of my third semester serving as Speaker. It's the second largest honor of my life. So it's absolutely, the first is being a brother to my older sister, Charlie. She's turning 13 soon. She's absolutely wonderful. So it's good to be back. We're going to move into this summer. I worked a good decent amount with President Bradley to review some of the data surrounding priorities so that email you get tomorrow, we can continue to review that data and continue to trudge forth. And I assisted in the drafting and the continued drafting of the RSGA Constitution, which I will hear about soon. Next week, Monday, I'm hearing from Andy Holmbeck, RSG President, which stands for Rock Student Government Association President. I guess a little bit about me. I was appointed to my first Senate seat in fall of 22, about a month before Deputy Speaker Patrigas, and then I served for 2 semesters, moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, then Charleston, South Carolina, and then came back and was elected Speaker. So that's a little bit about my life. If you want to learn about anything more about that, a good way to reach me is my Outlook calendar. Type my name into the Google machine. Use my personal, type my name into the Outlook machine, I'm very sorry, and you'll see my calendar come up. Use my personal calendar and not my WSG speaker calendar. That's the best way to get a hold of me. As our president so masterfully put it, my door is always figuratively open, but I spend basically every waking second of my life not in class in the WSG office, so you can swing there as well. Last week, I met with SUFAC, I met with NALT, we did some e-board training, and I worked on the committee form. What's the committee form? You may be asking, Mr. Speaker. The committee form that I will send out tonight will go to all current senators. Part of what I do as Speaker is I chair all the meetings I'm the key agenda setter. I execute all of Senate business. That's what this thing's for. And then I assign you all committees. We have a bunch of different internal committees. Take a look at the standing rules. So by expressing your interest or lack thereof in one or multiple of those committees, we will assign you as easily as possible. And then as capacity issues potentially arise, they can change or mold throughout the semester. This week, I'm working on some welcoming stuff to get all of our new folks, which it's great to see all of your wonderful faces, acquainted to what it looks like to serve in this body. I have cabinet. I'd like to call a Senate leadership meeting so that we can get Senate leadership off to a good start. And I will churn away your committee assignments after you all fill out the interest form, which I will be sending out because it's so late, probably tomorrow morning, meaning like 1 o'clock in the morning-ish. So that is my report. Does anybody have any questions? Deputy Speaker Patrice.
Is it true that the committee form you talked about and the committee form I talked about are different forms?
Those are different things. The committee form that Deputy Speaker Patrice was talking about is once you're assigned to a committee, you'll go to that committee. You'll use that form to document all of the things that happened at that committee. The form that I'm talking about is the form that you will fill out before you are even assigned to any of those committees, so we can assign you to the most relevant committee possible. Are there any other questions for me? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, with that, we are on to unfinished business, of which we have none. Then on to new business. Item B, S252601, resolution responding to the tuition increase. Any submitters that would like to travel to the floor, you may. Otherwise, Parliamentarian Irwin, you have the floor.
My sincere apologies for subjugating you all to my voice for even longer. Is this on? No.
Thank you. But I'm afraid that I do not believe this legislation could wait any longer than the first week. So, to provide context for what I am why we are presenting this crucial legislation, over the summer, the state completed its biannual budget process. Within that budget was included the largest rise in state funding for the University of Wisconsin system in 20 years. A few days after this budget was signed into law by Governor Evers, the Board of Regents met and voted to raise tuition at all campuses by 4% with an optional additional 1% increase, which nearly all universities, including ours, then took place in, meaning that there was a rise of 5% in our tuition rates. Now, this raise caused several issues and concerns to rise up within me. The first is to note that this is the third significant increase in 3 years of our tuition. Additionally, the situation for students is changing rapidly, and many would say for the worse. Rules around federal financial aid are changing, in many cases being made tighter and harsher. The nationwide economic situation is less than ideal, and students often fall into the least economically protected group of any in society. So the tuition raise, the third in 3 years, and on the heels of the largest state increase in funding in the past 20 years, caused significant consternation within me. It is important to note that the university does have certain requirements obligations to us that it needs to meet, and it did feel that this 5% increase was necessary to fulfill those obligations. However, I do believe that there is a path forward for WSG and the university where we cannot only work to ensure that there is not another fourth consecutive increase in student tuition, but also
reshape the budget process to put the student perspective center stage, which is, of course, the entire reason for the existence of our organization. For that purpose, I, as well as several other senators, have created the legislation you see for you today. The legislation is split into 3 portions. The first covers largely what I've been talking about so far, setting the context for why this ledge we felt was necessary. The second portion is all about information, namely taking up our duty to inform our constituents of important changes happening at their campus. For that reason, it tasked groups within the Whitewater student government to compile not only the information regarding the tuition increase, but also ways that students could try to pay for that increase. And this will include compiling all financial services provided by the university, as well as looking at outside sources and also providing those. And then we'll work on a strategy for how best to publicize those for the students on campus. The third part is by far the most significant, and this is an effort to create a new external committee which will be formed of administrators and students, an equal number of each, and as well as extending an invitation to the other 3 shared governance groups to send 2 members. The purpose of this committee will be to review the entire budget, to look for areas of ways to increase revenue, areas for savings, with the end goal being to try to prevent another increase next year. However, the twin goal of this is, and indeed the more important one, will be to simply make sure that the student perspective takes center stage in the budgetary process, even more so than current measures allow for. The committee, to set several important factors of it, it will have 2 co-chairs, one selected by the students and one selected by the administrators. Those 2 co-chairs will, at the end of the work of the committee, write a final report documenting what they feel are the conclusions of the committee. And this is, I think, one of the more important aspects. Not only will 6 members of the committee, one of the 2 largest groups in the committee, the other being also 6 administrators, will be students. One of the 2 co-chairs will also be a student. This ensures that whatever perspective whatever report comes out of the committee will be student focused and based directly on the student perspective. Now, this legislation has gone through a great number of edits. I have consulted widely with various members of the Senate to receive their input. I spent the week discussing the legislation with multiple members of the e-board, and the last few days, including a good chunk of Friday, the weekend, and today, discussing it with President Bradley and Speaker Wilson, working to shape it into something which will not only get through the internal processes of our org, but indeed be implemented by the Chancellor. And I do believe that the legislation, after the amendment process tonight, will have the potential to radically alter the university and massively increase the amount that the student perspective is included in the budgetary making process. Now, given the late hour, I think it's best to move right into the next stages of this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into questions. Are there any questions for the submitter?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the author of this legislation, was there any consideration of possibly publicizing this in a different manner through the use of like a press release, a social media post, a question and answer section with the Chancellor? And an additional question of like, was the Director of Communications even notified of any of this prior I feel like we rushed a little bit too into this with legislation.
Thank you. The 2 points to keep in mind is that firstly, the communication aspect of this legislation, while very important, is nowhere near the entirety of the legislation. So even setting aside, if we were to cut out all of the communication portions of it, place it into a completely separate process, this legislation would still be here, it would still be vital to pass. Going into why these other options were not considered, firstly, it was important to mark out exactly the information we were going to be gathering to set a framework for that. There are different perspectives in the org about what legislation is for. It has a variety of uses. One of the ones I believe in is that it provides a framework for future activities of the org. So I wanted to provide a framework for what exactly we would be communicating, namely the information about the tuition increase, but perhaps even more importantly, things that the students could use to respond to it, to help their financial situation. And I have included inside the ledge a need to communicate this with the PR committee, which is all the students, all the senators assigned to work with the PR committee, or with the PR director and the PR director herself to publicize this information.
Deputy Speaker Patrice.
I see a lot of senators on here, which I want to say I love that a lot of senators were consulted in the drafting of this. My question is, which experts, and I really mean that in a couple different ways, both members of the executive board or administrators, did you consult in the drafting of this legislation?
So, as you said, obviously a wide number of senators were consulted. In addition, I have spent I consulted with the student affairs director, Warren Smith, at the very early stages of the legislation before the idea had been fully fleshed out and any pen put to paper, and then this passed very early. And then this past 2 weeks I have been, or past week, count this one, I have been consulting with the Student Affairs Director, Associate Student Affairs Director, and Associate Academic Affairs Director, and then of course with the Speaker and President Bradley. I have also spoken with the legislation very briefly, I should say. Actually, so briefly, I'm not going to include it, but I have also spoken extensively about the legislation with the former Speaker Emeritus, Justin Westlock, who of course played a prominent role in policymaking at the university for several years and served on committees like this one in the past. And I actually have a letter from Justin Westlock, which I will be distributing next week when the legislation is being voted on.
Follow-up for Deputy Speaker Patrice.
Just for clarification, there were 0 administrators, faculty, or staff consulted other than Speaker Emeritus Justin Westlock.
That is correct, and I have a prepared amendment which will provide for further collaboration with members of the university. And I would like to emphasize that student government is ultimately here to serve the interests of the students, and while collaboration with administrators is extremely important for achieving that goal, it is not necessary for establishing the position of student government, which only consideration should be what's best for the students, and this is what the legislation does, establish a starting position for the org.
I just have a clarifying question. So is it correct that I want to make sure everybody has the right version of the legislation as they're examining it. So I want to make sure that the version that was sent out in compliance with the agenda is the same one that people have now.
No. So the one, if they have a packet, then yes. The one up on the screen right now is correct. I was not aware that there would be people without a agenda, so I did not produce it. I did, however, spend the day the reason why there is another version in many senators' hands at the moment, all senators' hands, is because I had spent the day discussing the legislation with President Bradley, which led me to make a amended version. It is, it is quite a large amendment, so rather than reading through it all, I thought it would be expeditious and helpful for conversations if each senator possessed a copy of the amended version. If I had known in advance that a original version wouldn't be provided to everyone, then I of course would have printed out additional copies of that. If you have your devices on you, you can access the electronic version of the agenda, which does have the original version that was submitted to the speaker by the deadline. And I will of course walk through, we can of course walk through the two copies and discuss the changes. I also tried to highlight the changes on the draft that I handed out to you that unfortunately also didn't work. So it will present some difficulties, my sincere apologies, but we will muddle through.
I just want to make sure that senators in the room are looking at the most updated version and everybody's looking at the same version. So I would encourage whomever is speaking to make sure, like, label them or something different. I know that many of you try to look at things ahead of time, and so just make sure everybody's looking at the same thing before you start talking.
So just to be clear, the loose leaf pages you have are the version that I am going to try to implement with the amendment tonight. The versions in your packet, full packet, or on the online agenda are the original, which is what we're currently discussing.
Senator Cox?
Mr. Speaker, is there any sort of precedent for a piece of legislation like this?
In terms of the actual legislation, I have not seen anything like this in my time in WSG. I can tell you that what it is trying to achieve, mainly a student perspective for the budgetary process, is something that has been practiced many times before, very successfully before, and as I said, I have a letter detailing how it was used in the very recent past, which I thought, given the late hour and the number of paper I had already had to use up to print out the amended version, I would wait till next week to present when we were voting on it.
Senator Reed?
Mr. Senator, I'm curious about.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm curious about the urgency on this bill. Can you tell us the purpose behind that?
Absolutely. Basically, as I've said a couple times, the primary goal is really to get a greater student perspective, and of course that should always be undertaken with the greatest possible amount of haste. The other thing is that the secondary goal is to prevent a fourth consecutive increase in student tuition. And obviously, in order to do that, we need to move extremely quickly as a committee, which means that it has to be formed right away. My goal is to have the first meeting before October 31st. So it will have to be quite an expedited process. There are discussions to be held with external stakeholders, and of course the WSG's own 2-week process for passing S-coded legislation, which is why I felt that there was a strong need to have it introduced at the first meeting if we are to have any hope of keeping it on the appropriate timeline.
Senator Carter?
Mr. Speaker, my question isn't there already a committee that deals with the budget and the University of Wisconsin Systems budget and and why would we need to make another committee to handle budget if there's already one one there.
Are you referring to the Strategic Planning and Budgetary Committee?
You are exactly correct.
Yes, so the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee has a number of very important differences to this legislation. The first is the size of it. It's quite a large committee, which is helpful for the purpose of that one, but less helpful if you're trying to move quickly and produce a streamlined report. The other is that if you look at the composition of that committee, it is made up of deans and university representatives and faculty representatives, and yes, a couple of student representatives, but they are vastly outnumbered by the other members of the on the committee. And that is correct for that committee, because that committee's purpose is not to provide a student perspective. They try to include the student perspective in their thinking. That's why they're student representative on it. That is not the primary goal. If you look at the primary goal, their task is to look at the operation of the university up to that point and look at how to improve it. That is the purpose of the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee. It is completely divergent from the goal of making the student perspective more prominent in the budgetary process. And most importantly, if they look at it and see that a tuition increase is needed to pay for something, that is what they recommend. While this committee is founded specifically to try to avoid an additional tuition increase.
Senator Hunzel. Mr. Speaker, I know this is going to sound like a one-sided question, but how likely do you think the Board of Regents would actually listen to the student perspective when the realistic answers are probably going to do it anyways?
Already done it.
Yes, they have already done it. What we're talking about is, well, I think he means that a fourth tuition increase, if that comes down the pipeline, would be my understanding. Or will the Board of Regents accept the recommendations of the committee? And firstly, I'd like to emphasize that this committee will almost certainly, I can't currently imagine a situation where they would have contact with the Board of Regents, and that also is not where the budget begins. The budgetary process, as I understand it, is top up. So it begins at the university level and is presented to the Board of Regents, who then edit it as they see fit and eventually pass it. This committee's purpose will be to provide recommendations to the Chancellor, and I do think the Chancellor will be extremely likely to take seriously the words of this committee, because it will have 6 representatives chosen carefully by this organization, 6 intelligent, hardworking students. It will also have 6 administrators, presumably chosen by him, presumably people he has trust, to discuss with this committee to make sure that whatever the recommendations that come out of it are informed, thoughtful, detailed proposals. So I do think the Chancellor is quite likely to incorporate as many of the proposals as is feasible that this committee produces, and I think that they are going to be excellent proposals.
I would just, for clarification's sake, that any proposed committee, if it was approved by you and it was endorsed by your president and endorsed by the Chancellor, would not be talking to the Board of Regents. The only person that talks to the Board of Regents is our Chancellor. He is the end-all be-all on all things as it relates to UW-Whitewater at the regent level. This is just so you all know. So that's how it works. And it's biannually done, so it's done in 2-year increments. So I just feel like there's some people in the room that don't have the context. I'm not trying to argue one way or the other on this bill. I'm just trying to share information so you know.
We appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. And if I could just use that point to elaborate on the structure of this committee, just so I'm very clear. It's going to meet, review the budget, come up with proposals. Those proposals then go to the Chancellor and whoever else the Chancellor sees fit to share them with
for their review. And then it is up to them and the other budgetary and institutions within the university to decide whether or not to include them. I've included in this legislation that the committee is not trying to claim actual budgetary authority. We're simply trying to be advisors, informed advisors coming up with some proposals which the people who actually make the budget may or may not accept.
Deputy Speaker Patrice?
Do you find the viewpoints and opinions and knowledge that administrators hold valuable?
Yes, I do.
Deputy Speaker Patrice, and a follow-up?
I guess my question is why you didn't reach out to anyone. We have a provost who works every day with the tuition increase. We have an entire budget office and a couple vice chancellors that deal with the budget and administrative affairs. So they're very nice. I've met them all. And I'm sure be very knowledgeable of the tuition increase and be very willing to share. I guess my question is why you chose not to consult anyone.
Well, as I said, Mr. Speaker, in my last answer to the Deputy Speaker's questions, this legislation was meant to provide a position for WSG going forward to then take to the administrators for their comment and position. This is to get everyone in the org on the same place and have an idea to advocate for, to establish the ideal. And we do need to recognize when we're discussing this ledge that the ideal may sadly not happen. We do need to compromise, as of course the entire committee is entirely dependent on support from the administrators and in particular the chancellor. So I didn't consult with members of the administration because they weren't needed for this particular step. This is to establish an internal position, which we can then take to external groups. Though I will say that, just to make sure that the legislation wasn't completely outlandish, I consulted with President Bradley to try to get the form of legislation into something that would be acceptable to outside actors and in particular the Chancellor, which is what led to the amendment that I will be proposing after questions finish.
From the gallery? I guess I'm just a little confused because you mentioned that this committee was for WSG to have a place in the decision-making process. So is it going to be made up of senators from WSG or other students that are selected out of the wider student body?
Yes, thank you so much. This was actually an important topic of discussion, in particular when I was discussing the legislation with the members of the e-board. The composition of the student delegation will be made up of, actually, can we scroll down to it? Oh, here. The committee will consist of 6 students, 4 senators nominated by the speaker, which is how we do most of all of our appointments, and 2 executive board members nominated by the president, all 6 confirmed by the Senate. And then there will also be a requirement, there is in the current version of the legislation and in the amended version, for the committee to host additional listening sessions with students, other students outside of the committee, outside WSG, to try to, yes, there it is, further recognizing that this committee will arrange multiple efforts in a year to receive feedback about the budget and the committee's proposal from a diverse array of students. Thank you for highlighting. So yes, the delegation to the committee will be all members of WSG because our purpose here is to represent students to the administration and speak on their behalf. But the point I've been trying to argue all night in both my report with outreach events and now is that we do need to provide as complete perspective of the student experience as possible, which is why these listening sessions are also in there. So we make sure that wider perspectives than merely the ones in this room are represented.
Senator Brzezowski?
Is it possible to modify the current, Speaker, is it possible to slightly modify the current budget committee to accomplish the goals that this is proposing, I feel like as senators and stuff, we are already responsible for representing the students on campus. So doesn't the current budget committee already kind of do that already, or should?
Mr. Speaker, may I clarify the question? Is the senator referring to the Strategic Budget and Planning Committee?
I believe, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, there are a couple of committees which have claimed to be Budget Committee. The Strategic Budget and Planning Committee, I want to be clear, is a useful, extremely useful committee for its purpose. That purpose is not the same as this one. Their purpose is to examine operational conduct and figure out how to improve it. This one is to try to prevent another tuition increase and increase the amount of student perspective available to the people making the budget. So both are important functions. So I would not want to change the Strategic Planning and Budget Committee because it plays its useful function, and I wouldn't want it to cease that useful function. But at the same time, this is another crucial function which I do not believe is being met at the moment, which I would see implemented.
Any other questions for the submitter? Going once, going twice, seeing none without moving to content change. Any content change? We'll start with the submitter.
Now, this isn't like the practice for how usual amendments are made, but motion to amend the legislation to match the handout senators were given at the beginning of the meeting.
Looking for a second by Senator Purnell.
Second.
Wonderful. With that, we will move into a roll call vote. I don't have a clerk to call the vote.
You do to your left.
We will move into discussion. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I just need to briefly explain the amendment. As I said earlier, this legislation has undergone extensive consultation with various internal stakeholders, including the president. As some of you know, one of the president's most important, perhaps the most important duty he has externally to the org is his communications with the chancellor. So a lot of it was talking about what needs to be done with this legislation to get it into a form that is most perfect and most likely for the chancellor to like and endorse and allow for the legislation to actually be committed. Unfortunately, those conversations finished after the deadline for submission of legislation, and as I already explained, the timeline is extremely tight, which is why I felt I needed to submit the legislation for tonight's meeting. However, the conversations did complete today, which led to several substantive edits, which can all be summed up. They mostly take place on the second and third pages, but effectively, in the original form of the legislation, we were calling for the committee to be formed according to the specifications which we had laid out. The new version of the legislation, if this amendment is voted into being by the Senate, will instead split it. It will now make this a true framework for what we want the committee to be, and directs members of the organization to begin discussions to get to a committee as close to the one we lay out in this legislation. And that is the basic purpose of the amendment. Another part of the amendment is also that under the president's suggestion, rather than assigning the Student Affairs Committee to compile the data about the tuition increase, we will instead give it to the internal budget committee of WSG. This was done in large part because the Student Affairs Committee is predicted to have a very heavy load this semester, while the Budget Committee, though hopefully doing a bit more this semester, doesn't have that many tests to do, so is thought of a way to better outuse our WSG
resources. And those are the two main edits. So and both of them, the budget committee really one is just internal thing, making more efficiency. The second portion frees up the possibility for this legislation to succeed. It's no longer a all or nothing, which it could have been interpreted as before, like this is what we want, nothing else. It now frees up members of the organization to discuss the legislation more thoroughly with members of administration and figure out which parts of the committee can exist and which parts perhaps need to be molded a bit differently. And then that final product of those discussions will once again come before the Senate for approval before student participation in the final committee can begin.
Before we move into any other discussion, I just want to point out how rare it is that our body touches 1030. Thank you all for your continued support of shared governance. President Brown.
I just wanted to mention, since I was mentioned, that I have reviewed the legislation. I think the version that Mr. Irwin handed out is a much better version. I do still think there is a lot of work that has to be done, so please do not mistake my reviews and edits as support.
Parliamentarian Irwin?
Mr. Speaker, I did just want to apologize. If any of you took the impression that I was saying the president endorsed it, I know it might have been implied in my comments. Of course, President Bradley has provided invaluable advice on the legislation and has gotten it into, as he said, a form he thinks is better, but I think largely because we have divergent views on the purpose of legislation, among other things, he's not currently in support of it.
Any other discussion on the amendment? All right, going once, going twice, seeing none. With that, we'll move into a roll call vote on the amendment. Just so we're clear what that means,
Oh, go ahead, I was just gonna say summarize.
What that means is all senators should have this loose leaf piece in front of you. The submitter just urged that the amendment they'd like to make changes what was sent out in your agenda, should now be amended to look like this loose leaf piece of paper. A vote of aye will vote to change it to that. A vote of nay will strike down the amendment, thus keeping the current legislation the same. Does that make sense to everybody? Wonderful. With that,
you've read them both.
With that, thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we've lost many of our roll callers tonight. Could we please call the roll?
Senator Brzezowski.
Aye.
Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Aye.
Senator Guslow. Aye. Senator Patricus. Nay. Senator Funzel.
Nay.
Senator Purnell.
Aye.
Senator Reberg.
Aye.
Senator Reyes.
Nay.
Senator Schmidt.
Aye.
Senator Wiegman.
Aye.
And Speaker Wilson.
Aye. And with that, a vote of 9-3, the amendment has passed. With that, are there any more content changes? Deputy Speaker Patrice? Submitter?
Motion to amend the coding, I move to amend the coding from S252601 to be S252602. It'll be the second piece of legislation passed.
It's the first coded S.
Oh, you're right.
But the amendment is on the
I withdraw
floor.
my amendment.
Okay, never mind. No longer a motion on the floor. Any other content changes? Once, Senator Carter.
I motion to strike my name off the bill.
Can I get a second? Seconded by Deputy Speaker Patrice. Wonderful. With that, we will move. Do you have to strike your name?
No, person can remove their,
Okay, wonderful.
you haven't voted
So
on the
moved.
bill.
Advisory.
I would just, for those of you following along in the gallery, this is the only time that you can amend this piece of legislation is this evening. Next week, it doesn't matter what information you might want to change or think should be changed, you will be unable to do so. So that's why this is happening in the manner in which it is. I don't want anybody to get sad because of the hours. So that's why when people say we'll have it next week, it makes it difficult. And when you don't have enough time to review the lengthy document, it makes it difficult to be supportive or understanding of the bill. So now's your only chance to change it. Next week, you will not be able to.
For a little bit of context as to why our body operates like that, we saw a bill earlier tonight that was in our bill. We were able to pass that in a vote at the same meeting. For S bills, we like to give folks time to, as I don't believe it's a word, but as our vice president continues to say, croizen with the information, which just means allow it to marinate.
Formulate an opinion and understanding.
Yeah, formulate an opinion and an understanding of the legislation so that next week you can make the most informed vote possible. Deputy Speaker Patrice.
Given the advisement of our advisor of the process.
All it was only process only.
Given
No
that,
judgment.
and given the lack of consultation with members of the executive board, members of Senate leadership, and the rest of the Senate, I move to table this bill indefinitely.
Wonderful. Looking for a second, seconded by Senator Brunel. Senator Punzel, I'm so sorry. Senator Punzel, for the record, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, it's
Well, I did. I'm talking to her on the recording.
Okay, sorry. I thought you were talking to our.
No, not our wonderful deputy speaker, of course.
Just standing up for you.
With that, we will move on to discussion. Amender.
I think this needs a lot of time in the oven, really given its length, particularly with the seems haste to pass it. I think it is more, especially imperative that we take our time, especially with things as important as this. And we don't rush into things we might choose to regret later.
Any other discussion? Parliamentary Chairman Smith.
I'd first like to address, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Speaker's claims that there was not extensive consultation within the org. Any senator I showed it to was invited to advise on any changes they thought were suitable. I had a very productive meeting with 3 members of the executive board, as well as the speaker, and a number of meetings with the WSG president. So there was extensive consultation to arrive at the current version of this legislation. And I would like to remind the body, Mr. Speaker, of the urgency of this legislation. It is a large task to complete a review of the budget, particularly if the goal is to provide a complete student perspective. And given the amendment that the Senate approved earlier this meeting, it is going to be an even longer process, as we will first have to complete discussions with the administration before the legislation, or before the committee can even meet. So I do not think that it would be a good idea for this body to table this legislation. The consultation within the org was extensive, and the amendment passed tonight will ensure that before the committee meets, the consultation externally to the org will be even more extensive. And I will remind everyone that the final version will once again come before the Senate. This is not the last time we will be discussing this piece of legislation. There will be plentiful opportunities in the future to affect its structure and how it operates. But we do need to get started now if we have any hope of completing it in a timely manner. I will add that the external committee, while being perhaps the most important portion of the legislation, is not the only portion, and that there is also legislation in there which will begin a process of research and informing our constituents of a extremely immediate change, or extremely urgent change in their tuition. So I would strongly encourage the body to vote nay on the motion to table. There is no time to waste for this legislation. Future discussions must begin as soon as possible, and the Senate will have opportunities in the future to shape the external committee if they have a will to do so after tonight.
Before we move into further discussion, I feel it's my duty as chair to advise you all that the University Center closes at 11, but we will continue the meeting as long as necessary, as we have one of, might I say, the head honchos in the building allowing us to do so. But then we must exit swiftly so that we are not overstaying our welcome. So please keep that in mind. Senator Hunzel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there are a few problems that I've noticed with this bill and why I actually fully support tabling it. One, realizing that this
Please try to keep your discussion surrounding the current motion to table.
Yes. So,
as best as possible.
I fully agree with Deputy Speaker Patrikas. This feels rushed. Like lack of the big conversations that should have been had with administration and our own fellow senators. The lack of transparency for not notifying all of the org, I feel is a reflection of our own org. Because how can we be transparent with our own constituents? We weren't even transparent with ourselves and talking with everybody in the org about this. And then another big problem too is the budget committee seems redundant. Overall, it feels like this was a cake that they tried to ice before it was even fully baked.
Senator Purnell?
I fully disagree with the motion to table. I feel that this is a matter that is urgent, and I agree with the parliamentarian that the tabling this motion will set us back so long that it will make the piece of legislation as a whole almost redundant. It's something that is incredibly important to happen at all, but specifically now, given the amount of time that is needed for these discussions. It is also not true that it is a piece of legislation that has been rushed. The parliamentarian has been speaking with various members of the WSG Senate for about a month, I would say, to discuss the logistics of this bill, and has been reaching out to multiple parties for the writing of this bill.
President Bradley.
Should I have magically gained the right to vote, I would cast my vote to table indefinitely, as I feel passing or proceeding with this legislation breaks the precedence this organization has set of legislation being the last step. I've met with Parliamentarian Irwin about this and expressed to him how I disagree with proceeding with the legislation. I did provide edits as requested, but I think everybody's heard us say it before, legislation is the last step. We need to meet with our contacts in administration to try and work out this solution before we're slapping legislation around.
We're going to end with Parliamentarian Irwin.
Apologies for the delay. I'd like to make a few final points if this is the last time I'll be able to speak on this motion. The first being that the idea that legislation is meant to be the last step is exactly the divergence I mentioned of view that I have with the president earlier when I was discussing why he does not support this. There are many in the org that feel that legislation should be used as a final shove or option of last resort or capstone on a project. I take a different view. I view legislation as the primary way in which the Senate can shape policy, and therefore it is vital to pass legislation to establish a framework for what we're going to do moving forward, and that is what this legislation does. This legislation, which was developed in consultation with numerous senators, a former Speaker Emeritus, the current Speaker, and the President of the org, as well as members of his e-board. It establishes a framework. It lists out exactly what we want this committee to look like, and then empowers members of the org to carry out discussions. The very discussions that people have been citing as an issue with the legislation. We have heard people say that it should be tabled because there was not consultation with the members of administration. I do not know how I can be more clear. This is an internal document meant to establish an internal position, and then the discussions afterwards will take place with administration. And this is not a red line. The legislation specifically allows for the people charged with those discussions to edit the agreement, to make compromises, to shape it into something acceptable to the administration. There has been extensive consultation of this bill internally. Once we are agreed internally, there will be extensive consultation extensively before this committee meets, and that is a time-consuming process. If the motion to table will do nothing but delay that process from reaching its completion. So I strongly urge senators to say, if you truly believe that this legislation is unworkable, is inherently flawed, then I encourage you to wait until next week to vote it down. Tabling will only draw out this process. If we're going to do it, we need to do it now. If we're not going to do it, the idea needs to be put to rest. Either way, the motion to table interferes with that process. So I strongly encourage my fellow senators, Mr. Speaker, to vote nay on the motion to table.
Wonderful. With that, we will move into a roll call vote. But before we do, just so you know what you're voting on, a motion to table is what's on the floor. What that means is next week, this piece of legislation that is in front of you can be picked up off the table and reintroduced. But if it is not, it can only be reintroduced in a different form at a later time. Does that make sense to everybody? Mr. Deputy.
Since the non-amended version that was originally put up, if it were to be tabled, could the amended version be put up, or could a different version that covers the same topic be put up?
Absolutely. Any other questions on that, what that means, just so everyone knows what they're about to vote on? So a vote of aye will be a vote in favor of tabling this bill. A vote of nay will be a vote against. The vote was, the motion was to table.
Table indefinitely.
Table indefinitely. All right, wonderful. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you're ready, may you please call the roll.
Senator Brzezowski. Aye. Senator Carter.
Aye.
Senator Irwin.
Nay.
Senator Gustav.
Nay.
Senator Patricius. Aye. Senator Punzel.
Aye.
Senator Purnell.
Nay.
Senator Reber.
Nay.
Senator Reyes.
Aye.
Senator Schmidt.
Nay.
Senator Weidman.
Nay.
And Speaker Wilson.
Aye. In a vote of 6 to 6,
Senator Ben's vote was?
it was
Reber.
Senator Reber.
Nay.
I believe per the standing rules, if vote is tied, Senate leadership votes to break that tie.
That is correct.
Wonderful. With that, we'll move into a roll call vote of Senate leadership.
Parliamentarian Irwin.
Nay.
Deputy Speaker Patricius. Aye. Speaker Wilson.
Aye. With that, the legislation has been tabled indefinitely. And with that, we're on to announcements. Does anybody have any announcements? Advice building.
Please move quickly and quietly to an external door of the University Center. If that door is locked when you go out, which means you push the thing and it goes in, make sure it secures behind you to help the building manager who is closing the building. Thank you so much.
Since there was some confusion, I'm going to clarify. Each week, senators will not be printed a packet because of the sheer cost we charge our students. In case you're wondering, we budgeted $100 for printing last year and spent over $1,000.
Any other announcements?
You will not be receiving packets, only agendas.
Parliamentary member. Deputy Speaker Patrick.
You won't get a packet and you all can print it, as I would encourage you to do.
Any other announcements? Senator Punzel.
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn on the floor. Can I get a second? Senator Reyes. Wonderful. With that, we'll move into a voice vote. Any opposed? Going once, going twice. Seeing none. At 10:52 p.m. the meeting will adjourn.
The building does close in 8 minutes, so please make sure you get out here swiftly. Check doors when you leave, and everything like that. That will help us do our job.
Please, I want to go to bed.
Just
Thank you all for joining us.
Doug,
Thanks for staying. Thanks for staying, y'all.
what do you want us to do with
Oh,
our
welcome to WSG. We're gonna make
I'm okay, I'm really sorry, this is a bad introduction. No, like this is like we do a lot more.
I would have stayed even longer.
I love late meetings.
Jan, what are we doing with these?
Oh, we're remaking them, so that's what if you got the clipboard from Parker, you're all good.
Keep that as a little.
So that we will present a streamlined version of the text.
No. Okay. I think that was.